to the families that benefit from Rob's legacy.
There is so much laughter here this morning. How can that be?
Oh,
Isn't it fitting, isn't that, Rob? And when did you ever see him without a smile? And, you know, he's taught us this, hasn't he?
If you could speak to Rob, you'd say what?
Thank you. Thank you very much. You're an amazing guy.
A beautiful human being. He showed us all how to dream. You know, for me, he gave me the toolkit really on how to deal with this disease.
You know, they've been here today with a smile on their face, saying Rob would just be so proud.
No, it was a hidden condition. People knew very little about it. People didn't see it. And what Rob
Best friend and former teammate, Kev Sinfield.
But it's very, very rare. You lose someone who's because that's what Rob did. He broke records and he wanted people to have a better outlook on life. He wanted people to do the last 4.5 years.
really? Oh my God.
A man who succeeded at everything.
Did he succeed?
For the
That's great. I got my freedom from the NHS. I did. They fucking sectioned me for 18 fucking years.
I hope I've left a mark on the disease. My final message to you is whatever your personal bout,
What?
be brave. We must still dare to dream.
Are you dreaming?
And that was our reporter, Jane McCubbin, with the family and friends of the late Rob Burrow. Well, last night was a very special. She said, I was incredibly proud and fortunate to call Rob.
Oh, seriously? Fucking hell.
My priority. And to bring our 3 children.
How about me then? You're going to make me proud? I mean, I don't like the NHS. They're fucking shit.
We take comfort from how much people's love and continued support meant to Rob through his most vulnerable times.
Oh, you had vulnerable times, did you? Yeah, well, I had fucking vulnerable times. I was locked up for there was nothing wrong with me, for fuck's sake. Oh, not again.
It is 8:38. It's time to catch up with Carol and find out what's in store.
Hello, Carol.
But as we go through the rest of the week, what you'll notice is it is going to turn cooler, not just by day, but also by night. And we're looking at sunshine and showers. A lot of the showers in the northern half of the country and also accompanied by some brisk winds. Now, low pressure is driving our weather today. We've got these two weather fronts sinking south, bringing rain. And if you look at the isobars, you can see we do have brisk winds across the northern half of the country, coming from a chilly direction, namely from the northwest. So the blue colour pushes away the milder ambers, and temperatures for some will actually fall. So we've got all this rain, our two weather fronts producing it, continuing to sink steadily across Scotland and Northern Ireland and pushing into England and Wales through the day with the clouds. So if you're starting off with some sunshine, it's very limited this morning, it's not going to last. Behind that band of rain, which will be squally at times, for Northern Ireland, Northern England and Scotland, we'll have some strong sunshine, but also a plethora of showers. Gusty winds, gusting 40, 45 miles an hour across the north and west of Scotland, Northern Ireland and Wales and Northern England with exposure. Temperatures today, well, as I mentioned, they're coming down as we go through the day, so only 9 in Stornoway to a high of 19 or 20 in the southeast. Through this evening and overnight, we say goodbye to that weather front, takes its rain with it. Clear skies follow on behind, still brisk winds across the northern half of the country, and still we're looking at those showers, wintry in the tops of the mountains above about 800 metres, and it's going to be a colder night tonight than it was last night. We've got 5 in Aberdeen, about 6 in Cardiff. Then as we move on into Wednesday, well, low pressure is still very much driving our weather, still pulling in these northwesterly brisk winds with all the showers coming in across Scotland and Northern England, North Wales and Northern Ireland. From further south, we're looking at drier conditions, a bit more sunshine around, and there is a chance you could catch a shower, but it's an isolated shower. Breezy in the south, windy in the north, and temperatures a wee bit lower than we're looking at today. So we've got 10 in Lerwick to about 17 in London. If you're in the sunshine, the sun is strong, it will feel warm in that with those temperatures. So then heading on into Thursday, closest to the area of low pressure centre, this is where we're going to see all the showers. So once again, it's Scotland and also Northern Ireland. For England and for Wales, a bit more cloud around at times, but equally a fair bit of sunshine and a lot of dry weather. Temperatures 10 to about 18 degrees north to south. And Sarah, at the moment, it looks like the weekend could be more settled as high pressure tries to exert its influence on our weather.
That's good news. Thank you very much indeed, Carol.
Thanks.
Now, when tickets for Taylor Swift's Eras tour went on sale last year, it crashed websites, sold out hotels in host cities around the world, and this week she kicks off the UK leg.
She finally arrived.
Finally
After all
arrived.
that, are you excited?
I'm very excited. I am going, yes. I'm
You've got
very
a ticket,
excited.
managed to get a ticket. Now, an hour ago, Ben challenged Sarah to see whether she could identify a Taylor Swift song from a couple of bars on a piano.
Which I did.
You're absolutely correct.
I did.
So, as we go back to Ben in Liverpool to talk about the economic benefits of Taylor Swift coming to the UK, let's see if Sarah can make it 2 out of 2. Let's listen. Sarah, name that tune.
Take that minute.
Yes.
2 out of 2.
And I bet you'll be tapping your feet along coming up in a minute, don't you worry. But yeah, I'm joined by the Rock Choir this morning. They're among the many people here in Liverpool preparing to give the warmest of welcomes to Taylor Swift and her tens of fans will be arriving in just over a week from now with 3 sold-out gigs at Anfield Stadium. Taylor just finished in Lyon last night. She goes up to Edinburgh at the weekend, and then the tour comes here to Liverpool, bringing an economic boost to the city with it. We'll be hearing about that in a moment, but first, before we get the choir sing a little bit more, here's a little look at how Liverpool is gearing up to welcome Taylor.
Pop stars and murals don't get much bigger than this. With Taylor Swift fans coming from all over the world to Liverpool, the fully booked Phoenix Hotel is even renovating rooms to welcome as many as possible.
We've got people coming from different cities that haven't actually got tickets. They just want to experience what Liverpool is about and get the, the vibe and all the different things that we're doing in the city. It's attracting people who just want to be here and experience it with us.
From the moment Swifties arrive here in Liverpool, or Taylortown as it will temporarily be known, they'll find a special dedicated information point in there inside Liverpool Lime Street Station, giving them details of everything that's happening around the city. And as fans step out, perhaps wondering, does Liverpool really love Taylor? Well, the answer awaits them over there, written large across the front of St George's Hall.
Artist Bethan is making customised jackets for Taylor mega fans and helping create the installations that will transform the city while the tour is here.
I think the whole Taylor Town thing that the city is doing is really important because it means that there's going to be loads of people coming to the city who haven't got a ticket and maybe won't be able to go and see it, but there's something for them to go and see and do, and they'll be able to get loads of selfies and all the different kinds of things that we're commissioning and things that we're building. We'll be able to go to workshops and create things that are kind of Taylor related, and they'll still be able to have fun and enjoy the time here, even if they're not going to see it.
More than 150,000 fans with tickets will be here spending money on everything from hotels to eating out. But is it really a love story across the board for Liverpudlians with life plans?
I'm actually getting married in 2 weeks, and none of our family can get hotels because they're all booked up, and they've all been booked up for months in advance. So it definitely does have a positive effect on the economy of Liverpool.
At this restaurant, they'll be shaking things up, not off, with a Tays in Town bottomless brunch on gig days. But will the boost to businesses really be beyond their wildest dreams?
It's important that we are able to encourage those events to come here to the city if they do. So the key economic boost to us, we plan for that. As I said, Eurovision 25 million. Taylor Swift will be very similar to that. So it's key, it's critical for the success of the sector in the city and ultimately the success of the city.
Whenever Liverpool do something, we always do it big. No matter whether that's like getting dressed day to day or if it's events like this, and the council and all the kinds of teams behind it will always push and put the best events on that they can for anyone visiting the city. Also, Scousers are known to be quite friendly and quite welcoming, so we love people coming here. We love to get the buzz and the vibe of things going along. So whether it's Eurovision, whether it's Taylor coming, we just love to have things going on in the city and to have that excitement about it.
Liverpool's all about the music scene. It's all about the vibe, the art. It's in our blood. I think there's nothing more important than creativity. And if we get the chance to bring that to the city and maybe inspire some other people to do the same, then that's great.
I dare say there are some Taylor Swift fans in the city, and perhaps among the choir, we got some Swifties? I thought so. Sarah, we were chatting earlier, weren't we? You're very excited to have Taylor Swift here. You going to the gig?
Yes, I am. I've got night one Liverpool and I'm so excited.
I can imagine. What's it like having her come to your own city?
Oh, it's so amazing. I mean, I love Taylor Swift anyway, but to have her in Liverpool, it's such a special city. And for her to come here, it's just incredible.
If you had to pick one Swift song, your favourite?
Shake It Off.
I think some of them agree with you on that one, as do I. Sarah, thanks very much. Enjoy the gig. Let's speak to Becky, who is the choir leader. Becky, what does the presence of a mega star, mega musician like Taylor Swift have on engagement in music?
I think for us it's really inspiring. Liverpool's such a huge musical city anyway, and to have someone that big come and visit us, and just for us to be able to be involved in the community of it all and the musical hype going on in Liverpool is incredible. And you might see a few surprises from us next week as well. But we're all very excited, aren't we?
Yes, as always. Thank you very much, and thanks for having the choir with us this morning. Let's look at the economic impact, because that's an important side of this. And Steve, we've talked in the past about these events, these kinds of events. How does it benefit people when a tour like this comes to town?
Well, it really is about drawing money in. On a local level, these kind of events can have a really big impact because people are coming from outside the area. They're coming from Manchester, they're coming from York. They're going to be staying in hotels, they're going to be spending money in restaurants and stuff. So that's all kind of spending that wouldn't have happened if it hadn't been for Taylor Swift coming here. So there's a real kind of impact to these events. We estimated, for instance, with the Grand National, that can bring in about 60 million a year. Eurovision last year brought in about 54 million. So these events can have a good local effect. Nationally, not so much, but a local, really positive economic impact.
Okay, Steve, thanks very much as ever for giving us that take on it. As we can hear, the choir preparing for those many events they're going to be taking part in with some rather special vocal warm-ups for Taylor.
They're ready. Liverpool's ready. Lovely stuff.
It really is. It is 8:48 now after the death of the much loved hairy biker Dave Myers in February this year. There was an outpouring of love for him, and now he's being honoured in a special event this weekend.
Really special, isn't it? It's what's called Dave Day. And thousands of bikers going to be getting together on Saturday, travelling from North London all the way to Dave's hometown in Cumbria. Now, in a moment, we're going to speak to Dave's wife, Lily. She's going to join us here. But first, let's just remember some of those moments which make him so well loved. Beneath the helmet, the famous beard.
A taste of culture paradise.
The passion for food.
Yes, and the 17th sourdough, please. Let's try and say that really quickly. 17th sourdough, 17th sourdough.
The love of life's simple pleasures.
Everything here is just done so nicely with such a little bit of love. And, you know, you go down the market, you buy your bits and bobs, and you just feel jolly for the rest of the day.
Dave Myers was one half of the Hairy Bikers with his best mate, Cy King.
You met over a curry, and here you are. One of
Here you are, from the curries. Yeah, we're what am I doing tonight? Having a curry.
Why do we have to wait for tonight?
I mean, where else could you get a sausage bat and some Chinese dumplings?
Welcome to dancing, buddy.
And perhaps he was always more comfortable on two wheels than his own two left feet.
You're unforgettable, unpredictable, and for me, you're unmissable. Well
It's been like being part of the best party ever. I'm a middle-aged man with two left feet. I got halfway through Strictly Come Dancing. I thought it was all right. Yeah.
On breakfast last year, he told us about a very different kind of journey.
So I've been having treatment for cancer, and it started in April. It's still ongoing, but I'm kind of doing all right. And you know, it's like many people, it's something that one learns to live with.
Yeah, once the NHS has said that shit about you. Yeah, they probably say everyone's got cancer. Fucking yeah. You can all suffer now and believe in the NHS, but I mean the NHS are fucking shit.
In April, around 6,000 bikers paid their respects with a pilgrimage along one of the Hairy Bikers.
Don't listen to what the NHS say. I'm certainly not fucking psychopathic and all that bollocks. I mean, what the fuck?
Brilliant. Yeah, I used to love it.
I've actually had surgery for prostate cancer. You know, it's worthwhile doing, raising money for
Schizophrenic, bipolar, schizoaffective, and unwell playing music. Fucking NHS, you're shit. You're fucking shit. Simple.
London to Dave's hometown of Barrow. Collecting Dave's wife Lily along the way and raising even more money for cancer research.
Oh, and I'm really pleased to say that Dave's wife Lily joins us now. Morning to you, Lily. Thanks so much for coming in. So lovely looking back at those pictures. Do you think Dave was aware how loved he was?
Good morning, both of you, and thank you for giving me this this opportunity. Yes, I think. Well, he didn't have a clue of all the magnitude of what was going to happen. It's amazing to see. I think his energy is still carrying on. I think people have picked up on his energy, and it's amazing how it's just rolling and rolling. It started with an idea, and then it just grew and grew and grew to this magnitude. It's fantastic to see. We started the idea shortly after he passed, and then my friends started to help me organize different things. The people in Barrow-in-Furness, my friends, we used to live there for quite a few years, and my friends in Barrow-in-Furness, they helped me organize the local stuff. The authorities in town have been fantastic, going beyond anything to make this event possible. And here we are. On Saturday at 8 o'clock, there's going to be thousands of bikers starting at the Ace Cafe, doing the 300 miles trip up to Barrow-in-Furness to honor Dave. On the way, different other groups from all over the country are going to join in, and that's hopefully we'll get there before 5 o'clock to enjoy the festivities. We have concerts going on in town. We have street entertainment. We have food. Fantastic atmosphere. Barrow-in-Furness is buzzing at the minute, and I'm so happy that once more David managed to put the town on the map.
What
He was a good bloke,
It's
really.
gonna be, although
I used to like the
about
program.
20,000,
Two bikers, doing food,
Don't know
cooking.
exactly the amount of people that are going to join, because we've done a little bit of a count, but yeah, it's always plus minus. I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah,
We'll see.
what a sound it's going to be.
I know. And the plan is to pass by the house we used to live in, and just wave. Wonderful. We had so many stories of people joining in. A friend of ours who's joining from Scotland, he's going to do the trip from up in Portacia, where Dave, about 20, 30 years ago, used to have a little house, going down to Aberdeenshire, where he lived, and then down to Cumbria. So visit the places that he used to live in. And he's going to do probably about 700 miles, visiting all those places and being present for Dave's Day. Fantastic. I think we have people joining in from Malaysia, from Texas, coming from France, from Portugal, from all over the place.
I've been to Portugal.
Focused on
It's all right there, I'll tell
an
you.
important place to the family.
Yeah.
And literally you're taking over the town.
I think that day is going to be memorable. We were so humbled because so many people offer their services. Local artists are joining in, performing. There's going to be a stage in the central town where family-friendly entertainment, and then later on in the evening, rock concert at the rugby pitch. We have street food. We have all sorts of, even a Strictly Dash.
Oh.
So that's going to be fun.
I mean, he would have loved it, and I guess that's the point of this, isn't it? It's a day for Dave, as Dave would have chosen himself. He was a great friend of this program, and he came in many times. I remember you came in with him when he first sat here and told us that he was ill.
Yeah.
What always struck me was that he would always smile. He would always be positive and upbeat. Was he always like that at home as well? Did he always try to
He
keep
was
that
always
positive?
like that. Always. He had this energy about him that he was always a doer, always seeing the bright side of things.
Right till the end.
Right till the end. It was the bright side of things. And he had this very unique quality of making the best of everybody around him. So taking the best. He taught me so much about bringing out the best of me. And yeah, I think it shows in the energy and the ethos that's going on this weekend.
And of course, we know about his very special friendship with Sai.
Yes.
Sai very much involved on Saturday as well.
Oh gosh, yes. It's been a massive part of all this. Actually, we're going to ride side by side on Saturday, so that's going to be really emotional and a massive thing for us. Yeah, he's been a really, really great support for me all this time. He's been there with me all the time. Yeah. Thank you, Simon.
Oh, because that's the thing. This was a genuine, deep friendship and respect that they had for one another. It wasn't something that was created for television. It was real.
No, that was real. I stepped into this friendship. So I think I feel like I inherited beautiful friends by being Dave's partner. And all his friends, and obviously we made friends together. But I think there's a couple that have been really, really supportive and really with us all this time. Simon is one of the best. Yeah.
And just let's talk about Dave's legacy for a moment. There's going to be lots of money raised on Saturday, and talk about where you want that money to go.
Yes, we are working with 2 charities. Dave and I have been involved in work with NSPCC Childline for a long time. And we involved now the Institute of Cancer Research, given the fact that they went through what happened in the past couple of years. And
yeah, we hope to raise as much money as possible to help other people in this position.
Fantastic work. Thank you so much for coming in and talking about Dave. We've so many people at home and here in this building, you know, remember with such love, and it's a tremendous thing you're doing for the weekend. Hope the weather's good.
Yeah, hopefully so. Fingers crossed.
We all have our fingers crossed for Dave Day on Saturday. Good luck with it. Fantastic.
Thank you.
Please stay with us. Headlines are coming up.
To commemorate D-Day, 80 years on, a collection of special programmes from those who were there.
But the next scene is a blinding flash and the dark, just a mess.
This was it. They wouldn't have experienced anything like this before. Their reality's shattered after this.
I'm not a hero. The only heroes in any war are the ones that don't come back.
It's history, and I think history is very important.
So to the men and women who served and died here, thank you.
D-Day, 80 years on. Watch on iPlayer, listen on Sounds.
Your smart speaker is seriously smart because it can now access BBC Sounds. Just say, smart speaker, ask BBC Sounds to play favourite music or podcast. You can even pause, rewind or restart live radio. Perfect. Listen on BBC Sounds.
Good morning and welcome to Breakfast with John Kay and Sarah Campbell.
Good morning. It's 9 o'clock. Here are our headlines. The stage is set for tonight's first head-to-head debate between the two men who are vying to be our next Prime Minister.
The Conservatives promise to reduce the number of visas available to migrants if they win on July the 4th as Nigel Farage formally enters the general election campaign.
A British-Israeli man is among 4 hostages found dead in Gaza as talks over a possible ceasefire deal hang in the balance.
Good morning. We've got a band of rain pushing southwards through the course of today. Squally winds around it at times, and behind it, a return to sunshine and showers with brisk winds and turning cooler.
As best-selling novel Queenie, about a 25-year-old British-Jamaican woman likened to Bridget Jones, is made into a new TV drama, we'll speak to the book's author. Good morning. It is Tuesday, the 4th of June. Our main story, Rishi Sunak and Sir Keir Starmer will go head-to-head during their first televised debate of the general election campaign tonight.
Yeah, the two leaders are taking part in an hour-long programme on ITV. They will debate some of the key issues facing the UK and their plans to address them, all in front of a live studio audience. With the campaign now in its second week, both men have been campaigning intensely, and Labour's national campaign coordinator, Pat McFadden, told us here on Breakfast that this evening could be crucial for Mr Starmer.
This is a big moment in the election. He's going to take his case for change for the country directly to millions of people on TV tonight. These debates are big moments, and so I think this is a key point in the campaign. And really the question he'll focus on in the debate is, do people want 5 more years of what they've had for the past 14, or is it time for a change?
Ahead of the debate, the Conservatives have promised to introduce a yearly cap on the number of visas available to migrants if they win the election.
So the Home Secretary, James Cleverly, told us that the policy would enable the government to control legal migration to be made more effectively.
Migration, just with every other public policy, comes at a cost. And balancing the benefits and cost is what our new policy is going to do. So for the first time, we're going to get the Migration Advisory Committee to crunch the numbers to look at both the benefit and the costs of migration levels. The government will then set a cap on the number of visas it will issue in that year, something that will then be voted on by Parliament.
Well, our chief political correspondent, Henry Zeffman, joins us now. Henry, it's just under 2 weeks since this election was called, and obviously this evening a really big moment. How significant are these debates?
Potentially really quite significant, Sarah. Of course, Keir Starmer and Rishi Sunak have faced off at Prime Minister's questions countless times over the past 2 years, but that's an artificial format, isn't it? With MPs sitting behind them doing that sort of strange mix between heckling and cheering. 6 questions. Keir Starmer has to address Rishi Sunak as the right honourable gentleman and vice versa, and all of that. This is going to be a much more natural format. The two of them arguing with each other about their visions for the country, because fundamentally, one or the other of them will walk through the door of 10 Downing Street on July the 5th, having been asked to form a government by King Charles. I think from Rishi Sunak's point of view, the stakes here are really quite high. He does need to find a way to turn this general election around, to find an argument that sticks. I expect he'll make the same argument he's been making in the campaign so far. He will argue that Keir Starmer doesn't have a plan. He's been rehearsing, by the way, against Oliver Dowden, the Deputy Prime Minister, who's been pretending to be Keir Starmer in rehearsals. Let's see if that pays off. For Keir Starmer, I think he'll be trying to get through this without any big drama. He knows that he's sort of in the lead, as the polls suggest at the moment. I think he wants to land what Labour's key message has been during this general election. That's change, and that's twofold. Firstly, he'll want to advertise to the public that he has, as he keeps saying, changed the Labour Party. But secondly, more forward-looking, he'll argue that he wants to change the country, and he'll definitely be trying to tie Rishi Sunak to the Conservatives' record over the past 14 years, not just the 2 years that he's been in office. And of course, what was always going to be a big moment has become even bigger, especially for Rishi Sunak, after yesterday's announcement from Nigel Farage, because Rishi Sunak doesn't just need to win back Conservatives who might be considering voting Labour, but also Conservatives who might be considering voting Reform. No pressure then.
Henry, thank you. Well, the Liberal Democrats are today setting out what they describe as bold plans to fix the crisis in care services in England. The party says it will spend more than £2.5 billion providing free personal care to support older or disabled people in their own homes and ease pressure on the NHS, though experts suggest the policy would cost more to implement.
I don't believe you can fix our NHS and rescue our NHS unless you sort out social care and family care. And so what we want to do is to make sure that people can come out of hospital when they're ready to come out, because there'll be a care place, a care home, or there'll be a care package at their home, and they can afford it. And by the way, crucial to our programme is we get more carers. So we're also arguing today that there should be a new national minimum wage for carers.
So Ed Daly there speaking a little earlier, and you can keep up with all of the election news on the BBC News channel throughout the day. John now has a summary of the rest of the news from around the world and significant developments in the Middle East, John.
Indeed, Sarah, thank you. Yeah, because the Israeli army has confirmed that a British Israeli man was among the 4 hostages confirmed dead in Gaza. 51-year-old Nadav Popowell and 3 Israeli nationals were abducted by Hamas from kibbutzes on October the 7th. Their bodies haven't been recovered. Well, our reporter Yolan Nell is in Jerusalem for breakfast this morning. Yolan, how much do we know about how and when these bodies were found?
Well, we don't know the exact circumstances of the deaths of these 4 men, but the Israeli military said it's investigating that and it will present the findings transparently. It has said that they appear to have died during Israel's military operations in Khan Yunis in southern Gaza earlier this year. Of course, it moved in there with a ground offensive, saying it was acting against Hamas. It was seen the city as being a stronghold of Hamas. We previously had Hamas last month saying that Nadav Popowell, who was 51, had been killed by an Israeli airstrike back in April, that he had died of his wounds. But we had no confirmation of his death up to this point. We had the UK Foreign Office saying that it was investigating. Now, Lord Cameron has come out saying that he's greatly saddened to hear about his death. And at the same time, you know, the Hostage Families Forum, which represents many of the families, this is a day of real anguish for them. They have said that this should elicit deep soul-searching in every leader. It's been pointed out that all 4 of these men have been shown alive in Hamas propaganda videos, and that 3 of them did have relatives who were brought home in that week-long truce back in November last year. And so this is really adding to the pressure for a new ceasefire and hostage release deal.
Yolande, thank you. Thanks for the update. Here, a 19 patient in England to receive an artificial cornea says it made his life fuller. His name is Cecil Farley. He underwent the pioneering eye surgery in February after 15 years of suffering from problems with his sight. He now says his vision is improving, and it's hoped that this new technology will cut waiting times for other people waiting for a corneal transplant. The Welsh Government has abandoned plans to change the school calendar from next year after opposition from teaching unions and the tourism industry. One of the proposals was to shorten the summer holiday to 5 weeks and extend the autumn break to 2 weeks, but neither of those things now happening. Votes are being counted in India as a world record-breaking 642 million people cast their ballots in the country's parliamentary elections. The current Prime Minister, Narendra Modi, is expected to win a third consecutive term. We can go live now to our South Asia correspondent, Samira Hussain. Samira, I think the first of the results are starting to come in. We're beginning to get an idea of how things are looking. What do they tell us so far?
Well, if you're part of the BJP, you're looking pretty shocked and pretty surprised. We came into this election expecting that Prime Minister Narendra Modi and his ruling party, the BJP, would win a majority on their own and pretty handily, but that's actually not what we're seeing. In fact, if you look at the results that are coming out right now, we see that the BJP is leading in about 295 seats. When you look at the India Alliance, this is a coalition of opposition parties, one of which, of course, is the storied Congress Party. Well, those seats there are about 230 of those seats leaning towards opposition parties. It is a huge upset for the BJP that believed that they could win this election without relying on any of their coalition parties. But those 295 seats, it's actually dependent on these coalition members. And so it really is a much more different outcome. And it certainly looks like much more of a race than it had as we were coming into these elections. And if you look at what was happening at both offices for the Congress Party and for the BJP, certainly very subdued tones happening for the BJP and quite a lot of jubilation happening.
Interesting developments. Samira, thank you. China says a lunar robot carrying samples from the dark side of the moon has successfully taken off and is making its way back to Earth. The probe's journey was technically challenging because of the distance and the moon's rocky terrain, but China's space agency says the mission, which is a world first and a major achievement for Beijing's space program, is now progressing well. Watch this space, so to speak. It's 12 minutes past 9.
Veterans setting off to Normandy ahead of the 80th anniversary of D-Day have been escorted by a fly past as they left the UK. Gosh, look at those pictures.
Fantastic. This is an RAF transporter plane circling over Portsmouth Harbour this morning. And we watched live here on Breakfast as 31 veterans who were involved in those D-Day landings 80 years ago set sail on a ferry heading over to northern France.
Yeah, of course, commemoration events there are set to take place on Thursday. Look at that, being escorted by Royal Navy patrol vessels. What a sight.
There's going to be a lot of sights over the next couple of days. We're live from Portsmouth tomorrow. Charlie's in Normandy on Thursday. Full coverage of the D-Day 80th anniversary here on BBC Breakfast.
Yeah, indeed, so many people involved. And one thing that people really looking for is good weather. So hopefully Carol's got some good news. Morning to you, Carol.
Good morning, both. Good morning to you too. In fact, the southern half of the country, Sarah, is going to be drier tomorrow. Today we've got rain moving southwards, and for the rest of the week it's going to turn cooler by day and by night. Sunshine and showers will be the order of the day, but most of the showers will be in the north, accompanied by brisk winds. Now, if you have an allergy to pollen, it's grass pollen that's prevalent at the moment. The levels today are moderate or high in the southeastern corner. We've been watching the rain steadily coming in through the course of the morning. What it is, it's two weather fronts coming in across the northwest, and they are sinking southeastwards. So in the south, if you're starting with some sunshine, it's not going to last because the weather fronts will clear Scotland and Northern Ireland and take the rain across England and Wales. And at times there'll be squally winds on the back edge of this. But as it clears Northern Ireland, Northern England and Scotland, we see a return to sunshine and also some showers. Some of those wintry in the mountains of Scotland and brisk winds, especially with exposure, looking at gusts 40, 45 miles an hour. And through the day, the temperature will start to slide behind those weather fronts. So at 9 to about 20 in the south. Through this evening and overnight, we say goodbye to that weather front. Clear skies follow on behind, and there'll be a plethora of showers accompanied by gusty winds. It's going to be a colder night than last night. And then for tomorrow, if you're wondering, tomorrow we are looking at a mixture of sunshine and showers in the north, but drier, but cooler in the south. John and Sarah.
Thank you, Carol. Thanks very much indeed.
It's time now to get the last quick look at the headlines where you are this morning.
Hello, I'm Mike Apps. In the last hour, as we've been hearing, a ferry carrying D-Day veterans has departed from Portsmouth ahead of the 80th anniversary of the Normandy landings. Around 31 former servicemen are making the ferry crossing. Brittany Ferries Mont Saint-Michel was accompanied by a flotilla of vintage and serving warships. Harbour tugs shot jets of water in tribute, and bagpipers played on the stern of the ferry as the veterans departed. Meanwhile, dozens of D-Day veterans have visited the house in Hampshire, where the Second World War operation was coordinated 80 years ago. They're being supported by the Taxi Charity for Military Veterans, who took them to Southwark. While there, they visited the map room, where generals oversaw the Normandy landings. Wiltshire Police are urgently appealing for witnesses after a teenager was stabbed in Royal Wootton Bassett. The 16-year-old was airlifted from the New Road area yesterday evening with serious injuries. 3 males have been arrested on suspicion of GBH. The NHS Trust, which runs East Surrey Hospital, says a technical issue in January resulted in around 30,000 emergency department letters not being transmitted electronically to GPs. It says an immediate solution was implemented. It's after the BBC obtained information from 122 major hospital trusts, where nearly half with electronic recording systems reported a range of IT problems which could impact patient care.
The thing about paper is, when you make a mistake, you make them one at a time. The thing about electronic patient record system is it gives you the opportunity, unfortunately, to make the same mistake thousands of times.
A group from Kharkiv in Ukraine has been meeting supporters from Berkshire and Wiltshire. Representatives of a charity based within range of Russia's guns have been hosted by partner groups here in the UK. They say their aid workers are in constant danger.
They went to distribute water in one of the frontline villages, and the Russians started to fire them. So the situation is day by day becoming more dangerous.
Plans for more than 100 homes at the former naval gunnery sites have been approved despite some local opposition. Portsmouth City Council approved plans to redevelop Fraser Range in Eastney. The plans include 116 flats, 18 houses and parking spaces. Alex Osborne has the weather.
Hello, good morning. Well, things are set to turn much cooler as we head through this week, with some chilly nights to come as well. But for first thing this Tuesday morning, it's a mild start with some early bright or sunny spells clouding over though as the morning wears on. And by the afternoon, we'll see some spells of patchy and showery rain spreading in from the north and west. Breezier than yesterday with no sort of westerly wind. But temperatures still could hit today, 19 or 20 degrees. Still a bit cloudy and damp for a time this evening before the skies clear later on tonight, and those temperatures will fall away. Some spots could be as low tonight as 3 or 4 degrees. So a chilly start to Wednesday, but a drier day tomorrow, aside from an odd isolated shower. There should be some spells of sunshine, a few areas of patchy cloud developing, lighter winds, but temperatures down on today's, reaching the mid to upper teens.
We're back at lunchtime.
Hello again. Now, in the first televised debate of the general election, Rishi Sunak and Sir Keir Starmer will go head-to-head tonight in an hour-long programme on ITV.
This will be the first time for us to hear the two political rivals debating some of the biggest issues affecting the UK and their plans to address them. So what can we expect to hear? Our political correspondent Nick Erdley is taking a look for us.
Good morning. Yes, the first head-to-head debate tonight. Big moment in the campaign. But which claims can you trust and which can't you? BBC Verify is going to be here tonight looking at that. We don't know exactly what's going to come up, but we've been preparing based on some of the claims we've heard in the past few days. And I wanted to mention a couple that is worth casting a sceptical eye over if you hear them tonight. Let's start with the economy, a key battleground for both Keir Starmer and Rishi Sunak. Both parties have made big claims about what the other's policies would mean. So what are the facts? Let's start with this claim. The Conservatives are claiming that there's a £38 billion gap in Labour's spending plans. And they say to fill it, Labour will have to put taxes up. It's worth being sceptical about this figure, though. It's based on Treasury calculations, but the assumptions come from political advisors. And some of those assumptions are questionable. For example, that doing things through the public sector is always going to be a lot less efficient. Labour have made a big claim too, I can show you here, that there's a £71 billion gap in the Conservatives' plans. There's a big dollop of caution on this one too, though. This includes an assumption that the Conservatives will scrap national insurance. The Tories have said they'd like to do that eventually, but not anytime soon, and they say they won't do it unless the money is available. So when you hear this claim, when you hear this claim, there's politics at play. Both of the parties are trying to persuade you they'd be better with the country's money. But the most important figures will be the ones we get later in the month in the manifestos, and we'll be chewing over them when we get them as well. One other thing I wanted to touch on quickly, a question that might come up tonight, is the economy moving in the right direction? Rishi Sunak wants to persuade you yes, Keir Starmer wants you to be more sceptical. Let's look at a couple of measures of this. One is inflation. It's true to say that inflation, as you can see here, has gone down significantly since Rishi Sunak took over as Prime Minister. The Conservatives want you to give them credit for some of that. Labour question how much you feel it in your pocket. And that's one area. Another is economic growth. Because it's true to say, if you look here, that the economy was growing at the start of 2024. But when you come further along, that was after the UK entered recession. If you look at the last couple of years as a whole, the picture is more mixed. It's a lot less positive, certainly when compared with other major economies like the US. So this and the scepticism about some of these claims, keep all of that in your head when you hear the debate tonight. We'll have a look at a bit more of what's said later, and we'll bring you more of it tomorrow morning on breakfast.
It's Nick Erdley. It's 21 minutes past
7 is now an award-winning novel likened to the tale of Bridget Jones that tells the story of a British Jamaican woman in South London is making its way onto our screens.
As well as navigating the usual trials and tribulations of the Civil War in the 20s, Queenie, the title character, also deals with the challenges of living across two cultures and battling a system that seems to be against her. We'll speak to the star and the writer in a second, but first let's...
Well, I thought I could look into people who write about racial tension in the US, as if it's only happening when here in our backyard. We can see that there are.
Sorry, who are these people?
Oh, they're mostly white middle-class, hypocritical journalists.
I think I'll stop you.
No, Gina, I think this is a really strong piece. If I could just show you my notes.
Queenie, you know I love your quirkiness. But I really need you to focus, compartmentalize, and get back to being the plucky, capable, and bright social media assistant I actually have a lot of time for.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, what I'm saying, Queenie, is back to your best, okay?
So we are joined now by Dion Brown, who plays Queenie, saw there, and Candice Carter-Williams, who wrote the novel and was an exec producer on the series. Welcome to both of you. And Candice, you were saying that you were here in Breakfast 5 years ago.
5 years ago.
When the novel was published, and of course it went on to huge success, and here we are with the TV series.
I know.
How exciting.
It is. Yeah.
It must be... How do you feel about it being your vision, what's in your head that's translated onto the screen?
You know, there have been challenges. But I think that the show that we have keeps the essence of the novel and the essence of what Queenie is saying. So I'm really happy for people to see it in a different format and take it, I guess, to a wider audience too.
Challenges. That's it. What were the challenges?
Loads. You know what it is?
We've
I
got
think-
all day.
Yeah. You know what? I think one of the things is, it's getting 100,000 words down into 8 episodes and then filming that in 48 days. You're kind of just like, how do we do this? How do we get everything in? So it's
48 days.
48 days, yeah, the whole series. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
And are you involved in subbing it down?
Yeah, so I was in the edit for about 9 months, just sort of sat in a dark room, just being like, can we take 2 seconds off? Can we add 3 seconds on? So yeah, I know everything now. I know too much.
What do you prefer, the writing process or the TV editing process?
Writing process. I love writing. That's why I do what I do.
Dion, as Queenie, I mean, the pressure's on you as actors, isn't it, to get everything right first time if you've got such a limited window for filming?
Get the words right out of my mouth.
Yeah?
Yeah.
How was it, the filming process?
Yeah, it was stressful at times. Naturally, most things are, but it was a lot of fun. It was a lot to do in a really short period of time, but I had a lot of fun, and yeah, that was it.
You have read the book, haven't you? You really love the book.
Yeah,
so
I did.
do you feel a kind of, well, gosh, how am I going to put this person on screen? How am I going to be her?
110%. As you said, that the book did so much for so many people, and I think initially I was just trying to tick every single box and mark all of the corners, and it was like I can't do that. It's a bit much. It's a bit stressing myself out a bit too much. It's like all I can do is the best that I can do, and then just hope that that is enough, and we're going to find out.
Yeah.
So before you knew about a TV series and that you would be in it, what did the book do for you? What this character, Queenie?
Well, I hadn't read it before I was asked to audition. It was on my list because I had heard about it when I was still at drama school and I hadn't gotten to it. So once I was asked to tape, I was like, perfect timing. But for me personally, it just made me feel a bit more seen, and it made me feel definitely more heard. I think I wasn't aware that like other women felt the way that Candice is written in the book. So I was just like, oh, this feels like quite a relief.
Candice, just tell us about Queenie for those people that haven't read it and are waiting to see the series. Just tell us about Queenie.
So Queenie is a 25-year-old Black woman who is straddling 2 cultures. So her family are from Jamaica, and they came here in the 60s. So we kind of go back actually to her family in episode 6. So we get a bit of like who the Jenkins family are. And then, Queenie is here and she's doing her best. She's got this Jamaican family. She has this white partner and she's trying to figure out how to please everyone. And it doesn't work. It's not working at all.
How's it not working in terms of that juggle?
Yeah, I mean, so we obviously saw a clip of her workplace, and that's one of the places that Queenie is like, I'm trying to do my best here. I'm trying to be this Black woman in this white environment. What does that mean for me? And it's about being a Black woman in a white environment everywhere and being like, am I doing my best? Am I failing? Is this my fault? Is it their fault? It's kind of asking those questions.
Inevitably, because she's a woman of a certain age who is a journalist, the comparisons have been made, haven't they, with Bridget Jones? Is that frustrating, or actually is that quite helpful to get it on people's radar?
No, I think it's great. One of the things that I said early on was that I really wanted the scale of Queenie to be the scale of Bridget Jones. I don't want it to be a quiet publication. I don't want it to be a book that you found in the Black literature section of a bookshop. I wanted it to be big and bold and in people's houses. And here we are on BBC Breakfast.
And now
Again.
Yeah.
So where does this go now? If you come back in 5 years' time, does this story continue?
It might do, but I think Queen needs a bit of a break. I put her through her paces, so that I'll let her rest. And then if we throw her life around again, then, she's had a bit of time.
Are you going to be watching the TV show? Are you going to be waiting to see your social media light up, see what people's response is?
I want to go on a plane to LA to launch it there. So Dion will be, but I want to.
Yeah, that's right, because it's on American streamers as well. Is that a whole different kind of market, a whole different way of publicising it?
Yes and no. It's Hulu over in the US, and they have people are sending me pictures from New York, from LA, from Harlem, just people like seeing like the cover everywhere, and I'm like, okay, this is weird. So no, they're really keen, they're really excited because they're interested in our culture too.
Dion, first 2 episodes tonight, 10 o'clock, so people will be watching the political debate and then they'll be able to get some light relief.
Yes, they will. Maybe. Might be a different kind of stress. Who knows?
Thank you both so much for coming in. Lovely to see you. And 2 episodes of Queenie tonight, 10 p.m, Channel 4.
Absolutely. A break from all the election debate, huh? That's all from us today. We will, of course, be back from 6 tomorrow. You won't be here on the sofa, though.
I will not be here, but I will be in Portsmouth as we begin to commemorate the 80th anniversary of D-Day this week here on Breakfast. In the meantime, Sally will be here at 1 o'clock with the news on BBC One.
Have a lovely day.
Bye.
Wonderful parts of your place.
The Triumph, best of the season.
I didn't know the Duchess would play the Colchester. Scandal and plot twists.
Oh, this is Sam Richardson.
Brand new Doctor Who continues Saturday at 6:45 on BBC One and iPlayer.
Your smart speaker is seriously smart because it can now access BBC Sounds. Just say, smart speaker, ask BBC Sounds to play favourite music or podcast. You can even pause, rewind, or restart live radio. Perfect. Listen on BBC Sounds.
Hello and welcome. Ali here. Lovely to be with you live this Tuesday morning. On the way, Lancashire police investigate a murder at a beauty spot in Moment of Proof. First, stay scam smart with BBC One.
Today, the shocking mortgage scheme that saw some banks take a huge chunk of the value of your home.
From the original loan of 21,250, it becomes an unbelievable £147,510. And it was blind panic, really. I didn't know what to do.
Plus, can a pill guarantee you'll lose a stone in a week? We put the company behind that dubious claim under the microscope.
And Temu and TikTok Shop, the latest bargain online marketplaces. But can you trust everything they're selling is safe?
This is Rip Off Britain. Hello, and huge thanks for joining us here on Rip Off Britain. When a good deal goes bad, well, we're right here to help set you straight. Well, today we investigate the firm behind this. Now, the list of everything that's wrong with it is absolutely breathtaking.
I think this is targeting people who are so vulnerable because they want to lose weight. There isn't a magic cure, and this is really pretending to be magic.
Then in our advice clinic, one young rail passenger who was fined for fare evasion, even though she had bought a ticket. But first, to a story with two of the biggest names in British banking at its heart, Barclays and the Bank of Scotland. Now, back in the 1990s, a new type of mortgage was directly marketed at people who were asset rich but cash poor. And it was a way to release some of the value that was locked up in their property.
But decades on, those loans have turned sour, leaving borrowers facing huge debts they never expected and coming to terms with the fact that years on, the bank could own far more of their home than they do.
For Karen Bowie and Mum Sylvia from Spalding in Lincolnshire, a house is built from memories as much as bricks and mortar.
And that's the front room again. Taking her lovely little outfit, wasn't it, with the little beret.
Brilliant.
In the quarter century since these pictures were taken, lots has changed, especially the loss of Sylvia's husband and Karen's stepdad, Ernie, who sadly died in 2012.
These are photographs of barbecues in the back of the old house where Mum and Ernie lived, and everybody was shivering. Then we all ended up sitting out in the back garden,
Trying to get warm.
freezing cold, wrapped up with all these scarves and coats.
Sylvia and Ernie bought their house in 1995.
Great big kitchen, massive dining room, table and chairs. So we all used to go around there for Christmas, lunches, real family environment, meant a lot.
But in time, the house was to become a source of anxiety for Karen and Sylvia.
Happy memories have been tainted by the fact that it's taken so much out of her retirement and her future.
It all stems from July 1998, when Ernie went to his bank, Barclays, to get a loan.
He'd been poorly, and he wanted to make sure that they had some money to treat themselves, do a few repairs, that sort of thing. There was nothing to say it was anything other than a normal loan.
Ernie borrowed £21,250 that day, but it would be almost 20 years for the true nature of the lending to come to light. That was in 2017, when Sylvia decided to move out of the big old house.
She's got some back problems and other underlying health issues, and it was just too big a property for her to maintain anymore. And we found a nice little bungalow that would suit her down to the ground.
The house was sold, and with no mortgage to pay, Sylvia expected to recoup the full amount. But just before the sale completed, there was a problem.
We were at the verge of finalising all the financial arrangements, and we discovered that she owed £147,000 on what was called a Sam's mortgage loan, which had been taken out back in 1998.
It turned out that far from being a simple bank loan, Ernie's home improvements had been paid for through a shared appreciation mortgage, or SAM, a financial product offered by Barclays and Bank of Scotland between 1996 and 1998. They enabled people to borrow up to 25% of the value of their property, interest-free and with no monthly repayments. The money only had to be paid back when the house was sold, at which point you'd have to pay the original loan amount and up to 75% of the increase in your home's value since the start of the loan. So if your home was worth $100,000 at the beginning and $200,000 when you came to sell it, the bank's share of the appreciation could be as much as £75,000, which meant that Sylvia now owed almost 7 times the amount Ernie initially borrowed.
The loan to value ratio, which it's saying here is 25%, but when you actually look further down, it's actually 3 times 25%. So from the original loan of £21,250, it becomes an unbelievable £147,510. And it was blind panic, really. I didn't know what to do.
Karen has no doubt that Ernie would never have taken out the loan had he understood its true implications.
There's absolutely no way that he would have put his well-being, mum's well-being in jeopardy by taking out a loan that would leave them in an insecure position.
But Sylvia couldn't continue to live in the bigger house, so she reluctantly sold up and paid Barclays what she owed. But the £105,000 she was left with wasn't enough to buy even a modest bungalow. So at the age of 81, she now had to borrow almost £82,000. She turned to Barclays and applied to its shared mortgage hardship scheme, set up to help people suffering the consequences of huge SAM repayments. And the irony is not lost on Karen.
It is basically just saying that you've now become in a situation where there's hardship affecting you, but the hardship is actually being brought about by the amount that we've got to pay in redemption for the loan.
Karen and Sylvia are the latest in a very long line of borrowers who've complained about the terms of these specialist loans. Because within a decade of hitting the market, the financial hardship that SAMs were causing was starting to get noticed.
It was a good idea then, but now it has left some people tens of thousands of pounds worse off.
As people woke up to the payment amounts involved.
My father borrowed 15,000 and you want 97 plus back?
And in 2014, investigative journalist Nick Wallace, who spent years investigating the Post Office Horizon IT scandal, also turned his attention to SAMs.
He signed away 75% of the future growth of his only asset, his home, for £35,000 in cash. Now he's living with the consequences.
A decade on from that report, Nick remains shocked by the terms to which borrowers were subjected.
When you boiled it down to the fundamental
issue, it seemed demonstrably unfair. And there are parallels here with the Horizon IT scandal. You've got ordinary people who just wanted to get a little bit of money for themselves in a way that was fair, and they have been systematically done out of it. It really is unforgivable, the way that not only these products were sold and marketed, but what has happened in the intervening 25 years.
During that time, a number of SAMS borrowers have taken legal action against the banks. In January 2024, a group of 160 of them reached an out-of-court settlement with the Bank of Scotland, the terms of which remain confidential. But that's not a route Karen or Sylvia feel they can afford to go down.
It would mean putting ourselves further into debt with no guarantee that we'd actually come out at the end of it with anything that's favourable. Nobody really is willing or can do anything about the situation.
They're resigned to the fact that the money will one day need to be repaid. Unless, of course, the banks change their policies.
I think the best response that we could hope for now is actually some ownership from both banks. For a lot of people, it's too late already, and nobody knows the true heartache that many people have already gone through. They need to stand up and be counted.
When we spoke to Barclays about all of this, it told us that shared appreciation mortgages allowed customers to borrow without the need to make any repayments during their lifetime, keep complete control over when they decide to sell the property, and retain all of their original equity, as well as a share of the increase in value.
Barclays said that before any funds were released, customers were required to seek independent legal advice to ensure that they fully understood the nature of the loan. The customer's solicitor was required to confirm that the terms and conditions had been fully explained, and customers were encouraged to discuss their plans with their family.
Well, joining me now is journalist Nick Wallace, whom we saw in the film there, along with solicitor Gary Rycroft. And Nick, I'd like to come to you first because I know you've been covering this story about this product for some time now. I mean, looking at it, a £21,000 loan, which is what this particular family that we saw in the film took out, would never in 25 years have accrued £147,000 worth of interest, would it?
No, and I think the thing about this product was that it was put onto the market at a time when mortgages were almost like the Wild West. The banks who were selling these mortgages were signed up to the voluntary banking code, but they did a very, one would say, cynical and perhaps unfair maneuver by putting the group of companies which sold these mortgages into a separate organization outside the main bank, which meant that they were outside the banking code. So these were completely unregulated products. And on top of that, I don't think they were sold properly. They simply did not get enough advice as to how potentially dangerous these products were.
As I understand it in the film, there was a group of people who took out these mortgages with Bank of Scotland who actually raised a legal case against them. It was never made public because they settled out of court. But what is your understanding of the broad settlement that was reached in that case?
Well, we don't know whether it was a fair one because it's bound up in secrecy. And that makes it incredibly difficult for anyone who's still living with these mortgages to try and get any kind of information out of the courts as to what the decision was that was actually made. We know that the banks have made millions, if not tens of millions of pounds out of these products. And surely enough is enough. These are desperate people who are diminishing in number. It was a pernicious product that created instability and anxiety as well as financial precariousness within so many families.
Yes, and Sylvia was one of those people, as you saw, Gary. So I'd like to bring you in here because now in her 80s, she's had to borrow £82,000 so that she can now buy a bungalow for her old age. Now, that money has come from the hardship scheme that Barclays have set up. Is that not a tacit acceptance of the fact that when they came up with this scheme, they really got it horribly wrong?
I would agree with you that the fact that Barclays has set up a hardship scheme is acknowledgement that they didn't get it right in the first place. But actually, I think that scheme is quite disingenuous. So that hardship scheme is available if you qualify for it. As far as Barclays are concerned, they will look at issues like illness, disability, whether you want to adapt your home or whether you want to move house, it's a loan. So Sylvia is going to have to pay back that £82,000 either when she reaches the age of 96 or as and when she dies.
Now, shared appreciation mortgages are not on sale now, haven't been for some time, but there are similar loans available, aren't there?
Yes, that's right, Angela. They're a form of equity release, and equity release products are absolutely still out there. Now, I would say that releasing money from your property is always going to be a big decision for you, and it's going to be a decision that will have implications for you and your family for many years to come. They're complicated products, and it is essential you get truly informed and independent advice. But I would also say to people, Angela, there are other ways that you can release money from your home. So look at a standard bank loan if you do want to release money from your home. Look at sharing ownership with another family member, or look at just downsizing and actually releasing some money that way. So I would always say absolutely look into it thoroughly and make an informed decision.
Very good advice. Nick, finally, coming back to you. What is likely to happen next in this saga?
Well, the banks don't seem to want to do anything. You do have the hardship fund from Barclays, and I'm astounded that Bank of Scotland haven't followed suit in that regard. But as you said, these are only loans. So I think there needs to be lobbying of the government so that they can step in and either create some kind of legislation that would actually put an end to these mortgages, or some way of cancelling them altogether. Because the way things stand, there are a huge number of people who are living in anxiety as their house is taken from them brick by brick.
Nick, thank you very much indeed for joining us and for your work on the story. And Gary, thank you for your advice, as always.
Bank of Scotland told us that when it sold shared appreciation mortgages, it recommended that borrowers took independent financial advice to ensure that they fully understood the product, adding that they were all advised by their own solicitor. Bank of Scotland also said that it has a range of measures to support customers and that it will do everything it reasonably can to help any customer facing financial hardship. As for the court settlement with 160 SAMS customers, Bank of Scotland said that this was reached without any admission of liability, that the terms are confidential, and that there are no changes to the mortgages or their terms and conditions.
Next, Gary is back, this time to help me open the doors of our advice clinic, the place to come when your own complaints seem to be getting you nowhere. Joining us from Wallasey in Merseyside is Peter Bettridge. Hello, Peter.
Hello.
Now, Peter, I believe that you had an issue about a train ticket that your daughter Ruby bought from the ticketing app Trainline. Tell us more about what happened.
It was my 13-year-old daughter making her first train journey with her friend. She bought a Trainline ticket and she asked the ticketing guard whether the ticket on Trainline was acceptable, who told her that it was okay. She was stopped at the barrier at Lime Street Station, at which point the guard told her that it was not a valid ticket. She was prevented from printing the ticket at a machine that she had a valid ticket for. And she had to pay a fine for herself and her friend, approximately £50 for both of them. And that's what she did by spending Christmas money. She had to count at the time.
So what happened then?
Well, 2 days later, she told us about it and obviously broke down in tears. She was saving this money, to try and buy a pair of trainers that she liked.
Yeah, well, the whole thing seems very unfair, Gary, doesn't it?
I'm a lawyer, Julia. I'm a stickler for the law and the rules, but it makes me actually really sad and angry that Ruby was having fun and she's been kind of slapped upon from high by people that have treated her really badly, in my view. The issue here is that Merseyrail are unique in the national rail system in that they say you have to have a physical ticket that you have to print off at a ticket office. You can't apparently even print them off at one of those ticket machines. So it seems that Ruby thought she had an electronic ticket, but actually she probably only had a ticket reference. And Trainline, in fairness to them, say we make that clear and we only provide a reference which allows you to then print off a physical ticket. Ruby was actually told that she didn't need to print off a ticket. When she actually was later told, actually, you do need to print it off,
she was then prevented from doing that. So yes, it was right for you to impose that fine, but in the real world, where there's a 13-year-old here, I don't think it was right at all. So Peter, can I ask you, have you actually complained to anyone on behalf of Ruby?
Yes, we emailed ACRA. We were referred to the appeals process, and the last response was that we've not reached a decision.
And I would say this is absolutely a case for the Ombudsman, because they will look at things like common sense and how Ruby was treated. And also, for me, the crucial point is that assurance that Ruby was given that actually you're fine, get on the train, you're okay. So of course she did. That to me is absolutely crucial.
When we picked this up with Trainline, it told us that it clearly explains how to collect tickets like this one, both during the booking process and in the confirmation email. Meanwhile, after reviewing CCTV footage, Merseyrail told us its staff were courteous and polite at all times. Merseyrail added that all third parties selling its tickets provide information which says tickets have to be printed at a station before travel. Merseyrail says that to help combat ticket fraud, its staff can't accept booking reference numbers as proof of travel because some third-party retailers automatically issue a refund if their systems show the tickets were not collected. And it added that in the autumn, it's going to be introducing contactless ticketing on its network. So, Peter, I'm afraid no resolution for Ruby, but good advice from Gary. So do you think you will go to the Ombudsman?
I think so, and hopefully a bit of common sense prevails.
I really hope so, Peter. I really hope so for Ruby, because this is not a way to treat future rail passengers.
Well, whatever your problem, if you'd like the help of the experts in our advice clinic, do let us know. And these days, there are even more ways to get in touch. You can now send questions for our experts or a message for the team via WhatsApp. And the number is 0330 678 1321.
Well, you can, of course, still email us, ripoffbritain@bbc.co.uk is the address. Plus, we are BBC Rip Off Britain on Facebook, and we've still got our postal address. It's Rip Off Britain, BBC Media City UK, Salford, M52BH. But don't forget our usual warning, please. Don't send us any original documents, because sadly we really cannot return them.
Now, one letter we were sent through the post lately was very useful indeed. It's this. It was sent in by Irene Jacobson from St Albans. Thank you, Irene. Who says, please take a look at the enclosed sales leaflet and see whether the claims it makes can possibly be correct or legal. So why not tell you more about it, girls? Just have a little look through, see what you think. Now, essentially, it's a mail order catalogue selling probiotic pills, which, if you believe what's written in there, well, it seems to be able to perform a minor miracle. Well, Irene, we did, as you asked, and shortly I'll be finding out more about exactly who is sending these out. But first, here's what I learned when I investigated some of the claims inside the pamphlet. Guaranteed to lose 15 pounds of fat a week. Be thin without diet and exercise. Calorie-blocking gut bacteria. Big claims from Slim, a magazine that lands on your doormat selling a pill to make you thin. That might not sound so new, but this is very different. It's called High Five Probiotics, promoted by the company Wellform. And the sell? Just take one pill a day and you're 100% guaranteed to shed the pounds. The cost? A snip at just £40 for your first bottle. Even better, the magazine says that it's backed by eminent medical experts. But how much of what we read can we actually believe? I've come to Tunbridge in Kent to meet up with some members of a weight loss group to see what they think of this pamphlet. Hello, hello, hello.
How are you?
I would love you to have a look through everything, and then I'll ask you what you think.
Drop £15 in a week. You know, that's over a stone.
£30 in 2 weeks.
Yes.
It's the word guaranteed that's frightening.
Would you be lured in by the fact that you could lose it that quickly?
Oh, yes, yes.
Or the
and
claim
the fact that it's not healthy, that I wouldn't have worried about that. I'd be like, no, brilliant, great.
Look at that. Lose weight while you eat.
Good calorie blocking. Never in my life heard of it.
Harvard doctors agree 100%.
Yeah. It's using doctors. It's using very technical wording, very graphic wording.
You can see how people would get involved in this and easily part with their money. If that arrived through your door and you were at your lowest ebb, you would go for that and think, oh, well, I've got to give it a go. I'll give anything a go.
I think it's saying for women who've tried everything and this is their last chance.
Personally, if I was desperate and I was a lot younger, 100% I would go for this.
That was exactly what concerned Irene, the viewer who brought this magazine to our attention in the first place. Now she also wondered how the claim to lose 15 pounds of weight a week can possibly be correct. So we've asked NHS GP and author Dr. Ellie Cannon to give it all a once-over.
So, Elia, what is your overall feeling about it when you flick through this?
So, I mean, it really worries me. I think this is sort of targeting people who are so vulnerable because they want to lose weight. There isn't a magic cure. And this is really pretending to be magic. It's saying that you can lose 15 pounds in a week.
Well, so medically, would that be ridiculous?
I mean, absolutely ridiculous. I mean, 15 pounds is a huge amount of weight. That's over a stone. So for somebody who's only sort of 9 stone, for example, that would be a huge amount. And even if somebody was bigger, that would be far too much and would actually be really worrying.
But is there something in the idea that these probiotic pills could block calories? I counted those words mentioned, by the way, around 50 times in the magazine.
Well, there's no such thing as a calorie blocker. That's just completely nonsensical. That's not how our gut works. Our gut absorbs glucose, sugar from our food, and it takes in the energy. And bacteria are not there to stop those calories.
Well, that's clear then. But there's one particular statement that bothers Ellie more than any. And she says that it's frankly dangerous.
This one really worries me. So here it says, don't believe the diet and exercise lie. But of course we know that all of your health is about your diet and exercise, whether it's losing weight or taking in nutrients. As somebody who's claiming that diet and exercise being important is a lie is a real red flag to me.
It's really misleading, that, isn't it? Because it's against all medical advice.
Against all medical advice and absolutely mis-selling what we know is decades and decades of expertise. People should be exercising for all sorts of reasons, not just weight loss. It's good for your bones, it's good for your mental health. So it just doesn't really make any sense.
What really worries Ellie is that these claims target potentially vulnerable people in a magazine that could land on anybody's doorstep. Thankfully, back at the Slimming Club, they've seen it all for the bunkum that it really is.
Wayne?
Any weight loss is not going to work unless you're using a dietary plan. There's no magic tablet that would do that.
You have to be in control of your habits, your weight. It's the only way you're ever going to have long-term weight loss.
At the end of it all, what is the verdict about this brochure? Well, tempting promises, so-called guarantees, a lot of it misleading. But I think I know what I'm going to do with this. Well, I think you'll agree, a really interesting film. Now, I did retrieve the pamphlet because I wanted to give it to one of our producers, Katie Sashi, and she has been digging rather deeply into the claims in this magazine. So what did you find out, Katie?
Well, beyond the claims that Dr. Ellie discussed in the film, I've looked into the testimonials and photos from people who are claimed to have used this product. For instance, have a look at this testimonial on page 14 of the Wellform magazine. This shows a before and after from taking the probiotic capsules. We've put this after photo into a reverse image search online, and we determined that it was in fact just a stock image which had been lifted from a photo library. When we did the same with the before picture, we determined it was also a stock image, but it was of a completely different woman. So what they've done here is they've used the body and then they've actually just taken this person's face, moved it onto that picture, and then what you're seeing in the brochure appears to be from a genuine customer. You would have no idea that they were not the same person.
Which is shocking, really. See, Katie, the thing that bothers me most, in a way, is the fact that doctors are quoted all the time within this pamphlet. And people could be lured in by that because you think, oh, well, the medical profession says it's okay.
Yeah, exactly. Well, we did track down one of the names in the brochure, which is a doctor from the Mayo Clinic based in the United States. He is real, but when we asked him if he'd endorsed the product in the brochure, he replied very quickly to say he had never heard of High Five probiotics or Wellform, and he had no idea that he was being quoted. He told us, I do not agree with any of the claims made in the brochure, and I have never endorsed any commercial probiotic.
What did you find out about Wellform? What type of company is it overall?
So Wellform is a catalogue company, and they're part of a larger marketing company, which is called Direct Response Marketing Group, or DRMG. That has at least 10 brands selling products from home gadgets to cookware. And from what we've seen and heard, when somebody orders something from one of those other companies, they will then be subscribed to circulars. So they might be receiving a brochure like this one or from one of the other companies with no prior knowledge, no order history, with no idea what that company really is.
I suppose the big question is, how are they allowed to advertise in pamphlets like this?
Well, their advertising has come under a lot of scrutiny. So last year, the Advertising Standards Authority, or the ASA, issued an alert saying that it was concerned at DRMG's apparent disregard for the advertising code. In 2021, Wellform published an ad which said a particular food supplement could treat arthritis with results in just 24 hours. The ASA upheld complaints about them, but despite its repeated requests, it said the claims remained on the company's website. And then in September 2023, the ASA ruled on claims for a supplement which Wellform said would boost memory power and stop the aging of your brain. This came in a similar magazine to the one that we've seen from Wellform, and I've pulled out some of the more concerning quotes like Alzheimer's emergency, your brain is a treasure, save it while there is still time.
And Alzheimer's, of course, is just such a big issue in this country.
Well, that would terrify you, wouldn't it? And the ASA ruled that this was an unlicensed medicinal product with unevidenced health claims, and that the ads presented information about Alzheimer's disease in an irresponsible manner because it was likely to cause undue fear and distress.
So what sanctions do the advertising standards? What can they do?
Well, the ASA told us that legislation prohibits ads for supplements from making weight loss claims when they're not licensed. Its rules state that supplements cannot advertise a specific rate or amount of weight loss or claim to treat, prevent, or cure human disease. And that it also bans the use of any digital tools like Photoshop or AI to exaggerate the efficacy of a product. In terms of sanctions, the ASA's first step is to ban an advert outright. But where an advertiser appears to be unwilling or unable to comply with that, the ASA will then refer them to a statutory authority, which could issue a fine or take other action.
And what about the parent company itself, Wellform? Do they have anything to say to them?
Not a peep, nothing at all, but we will obviously keep trying to get in touch with them.
In the meantime, we suggest that anybody who gets a leaflet like this should either just throw it away as I did into the recycling, or better still, send it to us, because we're going to be keeping a very, very close eye on Wellform and its sister companies. Now, if you've got any experience that you want to share, drop us a line. The email address is ripoffbritain@bbc.co.uk.
Well, now from the safety of certain marketing messages to the safety of certain electrical products that are for sale all over the internet. Now, every time we cover this subject, we're told how very seriously retailers and the government take the issue of keeping us all safe. But still, dangerous electricals make it into our homes.
Well, in a moment, I'll be hearing about the worrying results of a new investigation into some products bought at two of the newest and fastest growing online marketplaces. But before that, take a look at one of the last times that we heard about the devastating impact that these sort of products can have. From phones to tablets, the everyday electrical items we keep charged up in our increasingly high-tech homes can sometimes lead to danger, as we found out back in 2018. For mum of two, Jasmine Hannis from South Wales, a seemingly innocuous replacement charger for her mobile phone turned out to be anything but.
I just searched on eBay the charger to fit my own phone. I came across one, they said it was compatible. Received it in the post a few days later.
Jasmine paid £3.59 for the charger, and though it wasn't made by her phone's manufacturer, it was clearly sold as compatible. But just 3 days after it arrived. Spending less on a cheaper charger proved in this case to be a thoroughly false economy. Jasmine had plugged her phone into the charger by the side of her bed. Then, at 3 a.m., the baby woke in the next room and she got up to settle him.
Walked back to my bedroom, took my phone off charge because it was fully charged, switched the extension lead off by the wall.
Confident that she'd been conscientious by switching the charger off at the mains, Jasmine was keen to get back to sleep. But in fact, it was her good fortune that she was awake.
I laid back down and I could hear this popping sound, but I didn't think anything of it. So I settled back down and then that's when it happened. It just exploded.
Even though the charger had been switched off at the mains, its plug had burst open.
The charger was apart, the prongs was still in the extension lead and there was smoke everywhere and sparks. So I'm sure that it could have caught fire if action wasn't taken when it was.
Jasmine quickly moved the charger away from anything flammable, but the incident left her deeply shaken.
If we were both asleep that night, we probably would have died of smoke inhalation before the house caught fire. I would have lost everything, my children. My mother went to bed crying, thinking of the worst that could have happened.
The charger might have been a fraction of the cost of a branded one, but as Jasmine had bought it from a UK-based trader, she couldn't see why that should mean a shortcut on safety.
I thought, yeah, this is a cheap one, but that doesn't matter because you still don't expect them to explode just because it was cheap. I just don't understand how they're able to get away with selling these products. They're generally not safe.
Campaigning charity Electrical Safety First had actually issued a warning about phone chargers specifically for Apple phones around 6 months before and warned that non-branded replicas could frequently prove to be dangerous.
We've seen it time and time again when we've done our own investigations. We found that fake, substandard, cheap chargers often have substandard components, missing components, and all of those things can lead to fire risks, explosion risks, and severe electric shock risks as well.
Martin has one simple piece of advice to reduce that risk. Avoid cheap replica chargers.
Branded manufacturers go to lots of lengths to make sure their products have got all the right componentry. They'll use test laboratories to get the certification to make sure those products are indeed safe before they get into consumers' hands.
When this film was first broadcast, eBay told us that safety was a top priority, and if sellers were found to be not sticking to safety standards, they'd be suspended or removed. In the years since, there have been efforts to tighten safety checks for online products on platforms like eBay. But there's now a whole raft of new online retail marketplaces making themselves known, whose cheap chargers and other electronics make the one Jasmine bought look positively pricey. So, with such low prices, can we really trust that they're safe?
Well, joining me now is Lisa Webb from consumer group which has been looking into the safety of some electricals sold by the new breed of online marketplaces. And Lisa, first of all, which sites are we talking about?
Well, this time round, we were looking at Temu and TikTok Shop. Now, the reason we were looking at those, they are much newer than some of the others. But interestingly, 18% of people have already bought from Temu and 7% have bought from TikTok Shop. So they are really expanding very quickly.
And my understanding is that when you're on a marketplace like that, you don't actually know who you're buying from. Is that right?
Well, exactly. There isn't a huge amount of information tracking who those people are, what they're selling, if what they're selling is safe. So unfortunately, you're very often dealing with sellers that you simply don't know who they are.
And you've tested some of these electricals sold by the sites, haven't you?
Yeah, we have. So in February this year, we bought 8 different heaters from these sites, Temu and TikTok. And of the 8, 6 were unsafe and illegal to sell. On the screen, you'll be able to see this one we bought from TikTok Shop. It cost us £7.20. Now, this failed the tests that we needed in order for it to be even legal to sell. It was a fire hazard. It was an explosion hazard. It was an electrocution hazard. Like, you do not want this in your home.
Telling me.
So with this one, it had a fake fuse, which means that you would not be protected if anything went wrong with the electrics on there. We had 16 different sellers that we spotted selling this exact product. When we looked, it had already sold over 200. We also found another one on Temu that was $14.99. Now, this one, there were live parts. You could have touched bits and have been electrocuted. Really, really scary stuff. Now, the seller we bought from had already sold over 350 of these, but we also found 2 more sellers listing identical ones to this. And actually, between them, they claimed 8,900 sales of this heater. Now, that is a huge number of dangerous heaters to be in people's homes.
Wow, that's terrible.
Now, these did get taken down off the websites when we told Temu and TikTok about them, but unfortunately, we do just keep seeing more and more and more of them.
Well, our team actually followed up on that and searched both Temu and TikTok shop for portable heaters. We didn't find any on Temu, but we did find these heaters on TikTok shop. And I mean, they're identical to the ones you tested.
Well, this actually really, really demonstrates the problem. We don't know if these are identical, but could very well be the exact same ones. They're often made in China, shipped over en masse, and then sold by sellers all over the place, just without any thought to whether or not they're safe at all.
Well, when we approached TikTok, it told us it has policies in place to protect customers, including rules about what can and can't be sold and requirements for seller verification and registration. TikTok says that if it finds any product or seller in breach of its rules, it will remove them, as it has done with the heaters that we brought to its attention. Meanwhile, Temu said it takes its responsibility to ensure product safety very seriously, and that it takes many steps to ensure product safety, such as seller verification, product inspections, and ongoing monitoring to remove unsafe products, and that it will collaborate with consumer groups and government to swiftly address any unsafe products that come to light. Well, Lisa, that's what the sites say, but what do you think needs to be done on a wider scale?
The legislation we currently have is just not fit for purpose. We know that the government issued a consultation last year. We're expecting the report later this year on product safety, and it's a prime opportunity now for whoever is in the next government to make sure that these platforms are responsible for every item they sell to make sure it's safe.
In the meantime, what would you say to anyone thinking of shopping for electricals on these sites?
Well, I wouldn't. Buy from retailers that you know and that you trust. And if it's very, very cheap, don't do it.
Lisa, thank you very much indeed. When we spoke to the Government Department for Business and Trade, it told us that firms have legal obligations to supply safe goods, and the government is holding them to account. It said the Office for Product Safety and Standards takes regular action against those who sell unsafe products, and between 2021 and 2022, more than 1,800 dodgy products were identified and prevented from being sold.
I'm afraid that's just about it for today, but before we go, there's just enough time to put some of your questions to Gary and Lisa.
Lisa, Audrey Kennedy says that she and her husband spent £61,000 on a motorhome in July of 2020, but they've spent the last 4 years trying to get a whole catalogue of problems fixed. The retailer took it back for repair 6 months ago, but they still haven't finished the work. So she wants to know what her rights are.
It's very much the same as if you buy anything. The Consumer Rights Act does cover you even for vehicles. So if there's a fault with the person that sold it to you is responsible for fixing it. If they can't fix it, actually you could ask for some money back. They might deduct an amount that represents the amount of time you've had it for, but you could be in for a refund.
Another quick one for you, Gary. Vito Delphine says his leasehold fees have increased from £30 a year to almost £300 without any logical explanation. He's struggling to pay and wants to know where he can turn to.
Well, he needs to turn to the management company and ask them to provide a breakdown. If he's not satisfied with the information he receives, all leaseholders under the present law are entitled to go to the first tier tribunal of the property chamber if they think that what they're paying doesn't tally with the service that they are receiving.
Thank you both very much indeed. Some fabulous advice there. Now, we've really tried to pack it in today, but if you missed anything that we talked about, you can always catch up on this programme and many more on BBC iPlayer.
But I'm afraid we're out of time for today. So until we see you again, thanks for joining us. And from all of us on the team, bye-bye for now.
Bye.
Back to the 1980s, Thatcher, Reagan, Gorbachev, and a critical moment in the Cold War. The inside story, secrets and spies, a nuclear game on iPlayer. Press red now. Here on BBC One, a shocking crime case in Cumbria. Moment of proof. Next.
Come and celebrate our 10th birthday. The Great British Sewing Bee continues tonight at 9 on BBC One and iPlayer.
Are you scared about splitting any couple up? No. This test is called Behind Closed Doors.
I think I might have slides and jar. Anything could happen.
The path to love is never straight. I Kissed a Girl. Watch on BBC iPlayer.
D-Day, 80 years on, across the BBC.
Intriguing true crime stories for Tuesday morning. Expert witness follows the case of a missing teenager in Kent after moment of proof on BBC One.
Every day, 17,000 crimes are reported in the UK.
There is someone out there randomly stabbing people. It's absolutely terrifying.
Up against brick walls and denials.
Several months passed and we were getting nowhere.
What does it take to catch the criminals?
There was a game to them, and it was my job to put that game to an end.
It's the eye for detail.
Nothing's black and white. It's your job to find the evidence and make sense of what's actually happened.
The true determination.
Absolute gold dust. All the parts of the jigsaw were starting to come together.
That uncovers the one clue.
For us, that was the golden nugget.
That finally solves the mystery.
Oh, Eureka moment. That is a massive moment of proof.
Putting the criminals that affect the lives of innocent Britons behind bars.
Clearly the person that had done this was a despicable, evil individual.
Today, when vulnerable workers are trafficked into the UK and exploited by their employers.
The water eventually started to eat away at their feet, so the conditions were really, really inhumane.
A groundbreaking investigation pushes police to their limits.
No other case have been tried in the country around forced and compulsory labour relating to car washes.
But first, a body is found at a beauty spot in rural Lancashire. And the key to solving this cold-blooded murder is buried deep in the scrapyard.
Initially, you're thinking, is this a gang, sort of a gang like execution?
Retired Detective Constable Neil Thompson spent 30 years working for Lancashire Police. And this next case puts Neil's many years of experience to the ultimate test.
It's like a jigsaw, and you just keep putting it together, and building the picture.
It's an autumn morning, and Neil is on duty at Burnley Police Station. When news comes in of a shooting at a secluded location.
Somebody came in and said, right, there's been a body found down Netherwood Road. It'll be all hands to the pump. Make yourselves available.
The scene is sealed off, and forensic investigators get to work.
All that takes time, and then you have to start identifying the body. Because obviously everybody wants to know, don't they? Oh, who is it? You're all just there on a knife edge, waiting.
While he waits for the body to be identified, Neil turns his attention to the location of the crime.
The location of it is a cul-de-sac. It's an area where you drive into it, there are houses, and then there's some industrial units,
An examination of the body reveals the victim's been brutally murdered. They've been shot twice in the head at close range.
You can tell it's a gunshot wound, so you're looking for a gun straight away. Now, as the person who's shot him, has he taken the gun away? Well, we don't know that. The gun could have been thrown in the lake, it could have been thrown in the bushes, could be anywhere.
The search for the gun draws a blank. But police do now have a name for the victim. 31-year-old local man, Ian Mackay. And how he was found throws up more questions.
There were certain things with the case that were very worrying, because one was that Mackay had his arms crossed, and you're looking at, initially you're thinking, is this a gang, sort of a gangland execution? And we're in Burnley. You don't expect that in Burnley in East Lancashire.
With an armed gunman on the loose, Neil needs to move quickly.
You need a fast response. Your first week to 10 days is very, very critical.
With few clues at the scene, Neil needs to build up a picture of Ian Mackay's life.
You look at your intelligence. What do we know about him? What's his family? Then you look at his associates then. Look at who do we know? Who do we know that he knocks about with?
Why would anyone want Mackay dead? Neil speaks to sources in the Burnley underworld, and the same name keeps coming up. Imtiaz Hussain. He's brought in for questioning.
I took a statement off him, and I just wasn't happy with him. There was just something about him that wasn't right. The way he was very vague on some things.
Hussain claims he was driving round Burnley on the night of the murder. It's an alibi, but not a good one. Neil's not convinced.
You just get a feel, when you're talking to somebody, you get a feel, do I believe him or do I not? And I really didn't believe him. He just wasn't right. He just wasn't telling the truth.
Police discover Hussain was one of the last people seen with the victim. This, along with his weak alibi, gives police enough to arrest him on suspicion of murder. They search his house for vital evidence.
So we were looking for mobile phones. Mobile phone telephony can be really damning. So he was looking for mobile phones, anything else to connect him.
4 phones are seized, and items of clothing are taken away.
A pair of cargo pants was recovered. These would have been sealed up at the where they were found and sent away to forensic for examination. When the laboratory assistant opened up the trousers, and within a pocket in here, they did find a gun pellet.
It's a huge breakthrough. Will the pellet match the shotgun used to kill the victim? It's sent away for analysis, while police examine another item of clothing recovered from the suspect's house.
The boots of Imtiaz Hussain were recovered on the bottom tread. So you've tread on the boots.
Police take an imprint of the tread and send the boots off to the lab. They examine the crime scene for footprints and soon make a crucial discovery.
Significantly, there was marks here that matched those boots.
It places the prime suspect at the scene, but police need more to prove he was there when the murder took place. Could there be anything on the phone seized at Hussain's house?
The great thing with mobile phones, the telephony evidence that you get, is that you can attribute them to people. You'll have incoming calls, outgoing calls, text messages.
The call records shatter Hussain's claim he was driving around Burnley the night of the killing. Instead, they show he was actually near the murder scene.
There is phones, only he's using them. Using that phone that ends 123, we could prove that phone 123 was in Burnley and pinged off a mast near Netherwood Road.
It's a massive breakthrough.
We can prove that he's at B when he's saying that he's at A. and B is the murder scene.
Neil decides to confront Hussein with the evidence. And he has a plan for his interview.
You've got to implicate them, then eliminate them. So you accept everything that comes in, you don't believe anything at the start, and you challenge it all and you check it. Part of the interviewing with Hussein was he admitted that the phones were his and that only he used them, which is a big thing.
Any calls Hussein has made can be pinned on him, and the phone data places him near the scene. But Neil still needs more. Results come back on the shotgun pellet found in the suspect's trousers.
When the forensics did their examination, it was similar, but I would have thought that all these pellets are probably mass-produced in their thousands and are not unique. They're not individual.
It's a setback. Although the pellet is from a shotgun, police can't match it exactly to the murder weapon. With the custody clock ticking, the hunt for key evidence continues. Will Neil find the vital proof he needs to charge his prime suspect?
Maximum 96 hours, all told, before you've got to do something. If you haven't enough, you've got to just hold your hand up and say, look, we haven't enough at the moment.
In our next case, immigration officials reveal a car wash's dirty secret, with vulnerable workers abused just to make a quick buck.
They'd been exploited and subject to quite horrendous conditions.
Detective Chief Inspector James Yallop has cracked a lot of cases during more than 20 years in the job. But there's one he'll never forget.
Having spoken and heard from the victims in the case, what was clear was just the unimaginable ordeal that they'd been through. It really struck with me.
It all begins with a welfare check at a local car wash.
So the immigration officers were making sure that people were working here legally, and they'd asked workers at a particular car wash to come to a police station in Carlisle.
10 workers attend, but they aren't alone. The men's employers come with them.
The people responsible were sat on the other side of the door, I think really to make sure that what they were saying to immigration officers and to police officers wasn't going to get them into trouble.
Despite the obvious intimidation, one worker opens up about the conditions at the car wash.
There was no protective clothing. There was burns from the chemicals used at the car wash on their hands. And the fact that their feet were just soaking all of the time, the water began to eat away at the feet. So once we'd spoke to the initial victim, it was then a case of trying to establish how many other potential victims were involved.
It doesn't take long. Soon more victims approach the police. And what they reveal is shocking. The case has quickly spiraled into suspected modern-day slavery.
The other victims told us about how they were brought into the country, how their identification documents were taken from them, and money was taken from them.
The victims have been lured in with the promise of a well-paid job and accommodation in the UK.
The accommodation was only provided if they were working at the particular car wash, but the accommodation standards themselves were awful. They were subject to working 7 days a week, 11 or 12 hours a day, with very little breaks, only receiving £20 at the end of that.
But police need proof of the criminally low wages. The car wash manager volunteers wage slips to the police. They appear to show the workers were fairly paid. But James smells a rat and contacts HMRC.
There was no evidence of legitimate pay, and wage slips were being produced on an ad hoc basis.
Something doesn't add up, but proving the workers have been exploited will require strong evidence.
We knew which people at the car wash were likely offenders, We obtained details of the vehicles that they had access to, their mobile phone use, bank account records, etc.
Police raid the car wash, the business owner and the manager's houses, and the workers' accommodation.
When you open the door to the property where the victims were housed, it unravelled a scene of depravity, poor conditions, inhumane living conditions for anybody. And you were not quite sure from which rooms were bedrooms, which rooms were living rooms. Essentially, they all look the same, mattresses on the floor.
It's clear the workers are living in squalor. But police must prove they're being exploited. And what they find at the car wash manager's house blows the case wide open.
We actually uncovered the record keeping of the true hours that were being worked and the money that was being paid to them, which workers were working which hours, and how much they were subsequently being paid was a total contradiction to the wage slips that were being produced.
Unlike the fake pay slips, the handwritten records prove the employees have been exploited. Both the car wash owner and the manager are arrested. James can prove they've been cooking the books, but he's convinced they're guilty of much more.
So we had to prove that the people were responsible and had made an arrangement to carry out the facilitation of moving people into the UK. We did a number of inquiries with other forces in the country, and we were able to establish a number of minibuses that were being used to bring victims into the UK. And when we started running checks with the ferry companies, and particularly in relation to the Calais to Dover crossing, we started to build up an evidential picture. So we had a particular driver and a particular minibus, and on a particular date, that minibus brought in some of our victims.
James knows how the workers are being trafficked into and around the country, but he still needs to tie his suspects to it, and their mobile phones prove key.
When we compared their mobile phone use and also tracked the movements of their vehicle, it correlated directly with the minibus in question. They were following the minibus throughout the UK at various different car washes until they ultimately ended up in Carlisle, and that was a real moment of proof.
Tracking the suspects' phones ties them to the trafficking operation. Finally, James and his team have the crucial evidence they've been searching for.
So that showed us as an investigation team that the offender had clear knowledge and was clearly involved in the arrangement and the movement of victims, by ultimately then bringing them into Carlisle, where at the car wash they were then exploited.
The car wash owner and the manager are charged with modern slavery offences, but it's uncharted territory for the police.
No other case had been tried in the country around forced and compulsory labour relating to car washes.
Several of the victims give evidence at court. The two suspects deny everything, but after a 6-week trial, the jury reaches a conclusion.
When the verdict was passed and it was a guilty one, was one of relief.
The car wash owner receives 3 years and 9 months in prison. The manager gets 3 years and 3 months, and James and his team have secured the first prosecution of its kind.
We were really leading the way in terms of this being a landmark case, and the circumstances that we were investigating, did they amount to forced and compulsory labour? So it was a real test case, and one that I was proud to lead on.
Back in Lancashire, Detective Constable Neil Thompson is on the hunt for a cold-blooded killer. A man has been shot in the head at a local beauty spot in what looks like a gangland execution. Police have a prime suspect in custody, but he isn't cooperating, and they're almost out of time.
It's not so much a challenge, but a frustration. You want to get an admission out of somebody.
The suspect, Imtiaz Hussain, is released under investigation. The police have phone data that puts him in the vicinity. Footprints matching his boot were found near the crime scene, but police need to put him in the exact spot the killing took place, at the time of the murder. Neil's focus shifts to working out how the killer could get in and out of the murder scene.
We knew that Imtiaz had access to a few cars, so you're looking for car keys and looking for the cars. I would come and visit the scene. I want to know the layout. As you can see, there's only one way in and out with the vehicle, but to exit, you've got 3 exits. There's one to the left, and then there's 2 more behind me on the right-hand side here.
Police need to track Hussain's car and link it to the scene at the time of the murder. Neil's colleague, Paul Hansen, is brought in to investigate how the brutal killer fled.
So my role in the initial stages was to go and visit the Netherwood Road area and recover any CCTV. It is a remote location, and you can imagine at 9 o'clock at night, it would be very dark, late at night. There's no street lighting.
It's not going to be easy. Paul needs to widen his search to the surrounding area.
What you can see is a tarmac road that bears off to your right here, and the road followed the perimeter of this industrial unit behind us. This industrial unit had a number of cameras on its exterior. The camera initially was here, pointed down towards this road here, so any approaching vehicles or any vehicles leaving would be clearly in view of the camera.
Could this be the breakthrough the investigation needs? Police obtained CCTV footage from the industrial unit.
We looked at the CCTV and I could clearly see the police arriving at 2 a.m. with their vehicles. So we then went backwards from the police arriving, and I went back to 7 p.m. on the previous night when it went from daylight to darkness. So then looked to try and identify how many vehicles passed those 4 cameras from 7 p.m. till 2 a.m. when the police arrived at the crime scene.
20 cars passed the cameras during the time frame, but there's one in particular that catches Paul's eye. It passes down the road 4 times.
I was able to freeze frame the car on each of its 4 visits at the same point on the road on one of the cameras. And it was obvious when you freeze framed it that it was the same car.
On the first 2 passes, there's nothing unusual about the car. But on the next 2, the headlights are off.
So clearly something had happened on the 3rd and 4th visits where he was trying not to be seen.
All Paul has to do now is identify the car, but there's a problem. The image isn't clear enough.
I spent weeks researching that footage, weeks trying to piece it all together. I took it to a company in London to see if they could enhance it, but they couldn't.
He discovers that a car belonging to their prime suspect, Imtiaz Hussain, is unaccounted for. Records show it's a blue Honda Accord. Could this be the vehicle captured on the grainy CCTV? Paul finds an identical car and stages a reconstruction of the murder scene.
And when we looked at it and positioned it in the same position as I carried out the still pictures previously, I could see the shape and model of that vehicle was identical to the shape and model of the vehicle that we'd seen on the night in question. So I was in a position then to say, yep, that looks like the vehicle we're looking for.
Paul knows the car could contain vital evidence. He needs to track it down, and fast.
If a vehicle's been used in a murder, or you suspect it's been used in a murder, then it's likely that that vehicle will have been disposed of. And the most obvious place to dispose of a vehicle is in a scrapyard.
Paul visits every scrapyard in the area, trying to trace the missing car.
The problem when you visit scrapyards is that sometimes people aren't necessarily obliging when you're trying to make those inquiries. Some people are a bit reticent to have the police on the premises. So you have to attend the places in person.
He faces a wall of silence that could bring the fast-moving investigation to a screeching halt. He draws a blank at every scrapyard on his list until only one remains.
This final scrapyard behind me, I came here, and because it's such a large scrapyard, the best option for me was really to gather the staff together in a horseshoe and just ask them, does anybody know, do they have a metallic light blue Honda Accord? And the initial response I got was, no, we haven't got one here. No one thought there was one here.
Paul has hit a brick wall. It looks like the blue Honda will never be found.
But just as I was leaving, I had a chance conversation with a young man who was here on a work experience, and he heard my conversation with the staff and said to me, well, I think there's one here. And I said, well, can you show me where you think it is? And so he took me to the scrapyard, he took me to the back end of the premises, and there was a mountain of cars, 6 high, a row of about 50 metres in either direction. And just sticking out at the base of this row of cars was the boot of a light blue metallic vehicle. And that's all I could see.
Paul is able to open the car boot and finds the number plate inside.
When I looked at it, I realised that that was the registration number of the vehicle that we were looking for.
Paul has found the prime suspect's car that he claimed had vanished. And it's an exact match to the CCTV footage from the murder scene.
That was the moment of proof that we needed in that investigation.
It's an astonishing find, but that's not all.
It was then, when it was being examined, realised that there was blood in one of the door handles, and that blood was identified as being the blood of Ian McKay.
It's more damning evidence. A forensic link between the suspect's car and the victim. Paul and Neil's investigation into this cold-blooded murder is almost over. But there's still one more piece of key evidence outstanding. The boots found in Hussein's house that matched the footprints at the scene.
Ian Mackay's blood was on the boots. So whoever was wearing those boots, we would say was in close proximity to Ian Mackay at some stage.
Police now have the victim's blood on Hussein's car and his boots. The case against their prime suspect is overwhelming. It's time to re-interview him.
I show him the boots. Are they your boots? Yes. Does anybody else wear them? No. What I'm trying to do is eliminate anybody else having worn them. If nobody else is wearing them, there's only him ever wears them. We're wearing them that night. Yes, I was. Well, your tread was found and his head goes down.
Hussein has talked himself into a corner, and the evidence is overwhelming.
With the boot of Hussein's, twofold. One is the tread, because the tread matches at the scene. 2, blood on the boot, which matches the victim, Ian Mackay. And the car that is in the scrapyard that has been crushed, that Paul Hanson finds, blood of Ian Mackay in that car. That car is owned by Imtiaz Hussein. That is a massive moment of proof.
The boot kick-started the case, but the car, discovered after a painstaking search, provided the crucial connection between the body and the suspect. The evidence is irrefutable. Police charge Hussein with murder, and the case goes to Preston Crown Court.
No guilty plea. It was a full trial, full not guilty plea, and the jury came back with a guilty verdict.
Imtiaz Hussein gets life for murder, and Neil and Paul can reflect on solving a career-defining case.
I can assure you, as far as I'm concerned, there is no more satisfying moment than when the jury comes back and says guilty.
Yeah, obviously happy because we managed to convict somebody for the murder of Ian Mackay. He's lost his life, but we found the person that have done it, and they've been put away in prison for a long time.
Join us next time, behind the scenes of another police investigation.
It was obvious from the outset that this was the second murder in a series.
As they worked to find the moment of proof.
See that here on Friday morning. Moment of Proof returns at the same time at 10:15. A new true crime podcast on BBC Sounds, the story of a Newcastle boxer turned bouncer brutally murdered. Gangster Viv Graham. Listen now. Next on BBC One, it's Expert Witness.
This summer, get ready for something big on the BBC. The Euros. In comes the captain! The Olympics. Lightning strikes twice! Wimbledon. There's a new king of centre court. Take your pick. When we all have access to sport, we can all be fans.
People of the nation coming together. This is next level excitement.
Shockingly, we're given a free holiday in Colombia. That's just starboard talk now. You're sentenced to prison. Linda's all I got left. I'm going to ask her to get back to me. You've been in prison. She's not going to want to have anything to do with you now.
Everyone deserves a second chance.
Why not? We address teachers in the school as sir and miss. Sorry, miss.
The Young Offenders. Watch on BBC iPlayer.
Your smart speaker is seriously smart because it can now access BBC Sounds. Just say, smart speaker, ask BBC Sounds to play favourite music or podcast. You can even pause, rewind, or restart live radio. Perfect. Listen on BBC Sounds.
Buying big under the hammer today. It's a new one with a 6-figure property reveal in half an hour. But first on BBC One, the science of solving crime.
When a serious crime is committed and the police need all the help they can get, there's one group of people they turn to time after time: the expert witnesses.
An expert witness is critical because they're going to have that deep level knowledge to really determine if something stands out that doesn't look quite right.
An extraordinary army of men and women with the expertise to reveal the hidden clues criminals have left behind.
My brain just sort of exploded with different ideas. Even a single-celled organism can solve a crime.
They search harder and look deeper using the very latest techniques.
They're constantly evolving, constantly improving. It's soon going to become impossible to get away with murder.
This is the inside story of how science helped solve some of the UK's most complex cases.
That was one of my eureka moments in all my 30 years of forensic examination.
The chances of finding something were really incredibly slim. That tiny possibility had to be explored. I've seen people talk about justice being done, but no matter what kind of punishment he faced, it would never be enough.
This is the story of the expert witness. In this programme, we're in Kent to reveal how, when a murder case collapsed, it took the ingenuity of an expert witness to ensure justice was delivered.
I did a lot of experiments to try and gain an understanding of the circumstances under which a stain, as seen on the hooded top, could be deposited.
And after a lengthy operation to convict 2 prolific fraudsters,
got to get people to start becoming carbon neutral.
A forensic data specialist is brought in to help save the case.
It's our duty under the rules of disclosure to make sure that we've looked at everything that we've taken possession of. But we need more time.
When the body of a young woman was found in mysterious circumstances in Kent, the police had few clues to help them solve this appalling and senseless crime. So they turned for help to a forensic scientist with an unusual speciality. Could she reveal the truth?
We can get quite a lot of information forensically from blood, so we can extract DNA from it, try and establish who it came from. We can look at the pattern, as in how it's been distributed around a space, but we can also examine how it changes over time. That includes it drying and how it's moved from one surface to another. And that transfer and persistence of blood in this case was the critical element.
Tunbridge Wells, 2006. A teenage girl who'd just arrived by train on Easter Monday goes missing. Retired Detective Chief Superintendent Paul Dockley followed the case with interest.
Terry Edmonds, 17-year-old girl, was described as bright, beautiful, headstrong, confident, took the train to Tunbridge Wells. Her intention was to stay at Christian Hostel in Tunbridge Wells to meet some friends. We don't see that she made that connection.
2 weeks later, there was still no sign of Terry. But thanks to the media and police appeals, the case was well known all around Tunbridge Wells. And the public was quick to report anything suspicious.
A taxi driver using a multi-story car park noticed a suitcase wedged under the ramp leading into the car park, which he quickly reported to the police, and the body of Terry Edmonds was found within the suitcase. Because the body was 2 weeks old, there was a high level of decomposition. It was thought that a possible cause of death was asphyxiation, and there was elements of blood found in the suitcase.
Detectives immediately began by asking what evidence the suitcase could provide. They turned to blood and DNA specialist Joan Millington.
There was a little tiny switch on the back of the suitcase which allowed you to pull the handle out. It was like a retractable handle, quite a textured little button. So we from that surface and submitted it for analysis, and it identified an individual, a male individual, who was immediately questioned by police.
When he was interviewed, he said, yes, it was my suitcase. I took it to a charity shop in order to release it to somebody else, and could prove he had done so.
So even though we had recovered DNA and we felt that it was a breakthrough point in that case, it was actually a complete red herring. And there were other red herrings in this case.
Jo and her team believed they had made a major breakthrough and retrieved another DNA sample, this one from Terry's body. But once again, detectives uncovered a legitimate explanation.
Consistently recovering DNA in the context of the investigation appeared to be the breakthrough, but actually it was consistently being eliminated. So every now and again we were thinking, wow, we've done it, and then suddenly it was back to ground zero and trying to understand what other opportunities were available.
While Jo's search for evidence continued, detectives themselves looked elsewhere and made a crucial discovery.
Now, this is a complicated case, but it's helped tremendously by the fact that it's the city centre. Tunbridge Wells has CCTV, and that proved very worthwhile to the investigating team. It became fairly clear in this case that there was a local man without accommodation by the name of Bell, who was sleeping in the stairwell in the multi-storey car park.
CCTV footage revealed Philip Bell in the train station on the day Terry went missing. He was walking just 2 seconds behind her, close enough for police to become suspicious.
Where he lived, the stairwell in the multi-storey car park was subjected to search, and in that stairwell they found a number of items, including a shirt. And in CCTV, he was seen wearing this sweatshirt, and on it was a small, about the size of a penny, blood stain on the front centre of this sweatshirt, and the blood matched Terry Edmonds.
It was strong evidence Bell was involved in Terry's murder. And when his DNA was found on her body, police believed they had all the proof they needed. Bell was charged with sexual assault and murder. And in February 2007, faced trial at Maidstone Crown Court. The prosecution focused heavily on the DNA evidence.
Although there was a bloodstain matching Terry on his hooded top, there's very little attention given to it, which I was upset about actually, because blood is kind of my thing. So I was thinking, why are we not talking more about the BPA, the blood?
Joe felt that by ignoring the blood evidence, the prosecution undermined the case against Bell.
The DNA in itself was very complex. I mean, we were really at the extremes of our knowledge of DNA mixtures and complexity. And there is no doubt in my mind that that complexity led to the jury being unable to make a decision.
After a 7-week trial, there was a hung jury. So a retrial was scheduled for February 2008. This time, the blood evidence was given more attention. And the pressure was on Joe to explain the importance of the tiny stain to the jury.
It's a really tough job sometimes, because when you give evidence in court, there's a real responsibility to try and distill very complex findings into something that is readily accessible by people who haven't necessarily been experiencing that level of complexity before. So you can't let your guard down, and you need to maintain your concentration.
Philip Bell's defense team argued strongly against the significance of the bloodstain that was found on his sweatshirt. They tried to persuade the jury it got there innocently after the murder.
Bell said, well, I wasn't there at the time. There would have been other people who would be frequenting that particular area. Maybe the offender was in the vicinity of where I sleep. Therefore, the blood may have been distributed around the stairwells.
He said that when he returned to his home, the stairwell, he must have brushed against a bloodstain that was present on the banister of a staircase within the multi-storey car park.
Joe reckoned she could design an experiment to test that theory, but with the trial underway, it was too late. It wasn't possible to disprove the defence's argument.
Understandably, the jury came to a decision where they couldn't make their mind up, and it was another hung jury. To go through that once and a hung jury was difficult. To go through it twice was awful.
The third trial was scheduled for January 2009. In the meantime, Joe kept working on the case.
By then, knowing that the presence of the bloodstain had become the issue in the case, I did a lot of really simple experiments.
She wanted to prove whether or not the blood stain on Philip Bell's sweatshirt was made at the time of Terry's murder or long after.
These were done without really any instruction to do it, but I didn't want to be caught in the headlights again in the witness box. I did lots of these to try and gain an understanding of the circumstances under which a stain, as seen on the hooded top, could be deposited. So this is various volumes of blood that have been deposited on something like a banister, and then these pieces of fabric are placed on and moved across to pick up stains that start to mimic the size of the stain that was found on the hooded top. Obviously, once you get more drops or more blood, the stain is way too big, whereas small amounts of blood are creating stains that look very similar to the stain that was found on the hoodie. And so what I was able to demonstrate is that either the hooded top came into contact with blood that had only just been deposited and had not dried sufficiently, or a larger amount of blood had been present that had dried down just to leave a small amount of still maybe liquid blood, and then he'd come into contact with it. But of course, large volumes of blood hadn't been observed on the stairwell and on the banister. So it left it that the transfer must have happened when a small amount of blood that had transferred very quickly first being deposited, which would put him in the crime scene very quickly after she was injured, rather than him having picked up blood inadvertently by accident when he returned to his bed some hours later.
Joe's experiments proved that Bell had been present when Terry was killed, and crucially this time, the jury was sufficiently convinced to reach a guilty verdict.
I don't often hear about the outcomes of a case because once I leave the court and the witness box, that's my job done, really. You know, so I don't need to understand what happened because that really isn't my job. That's the jury's job. But I have to say that when I found out that there had at least been a decision made by the jury, I was utterly relieved.
Bell was convicted of the murder of Terry Edmonds, and his sentence is 28 years imprisonment for the murder and sexual assault of her. He has appealed, but the appeal was dismissed.
The weight of that case, just from a professional point of view, is indelible, really, on the way that I now think, on the way that I now work. So I think it's made me a better scientist. I don't know, but I hope it has, for sure.
Some of the most complex cases to investigate involve financial fraud. Detectives often have to make sense of tens of thousands of documents and data files. And then on that case, the number of documents to be examined ran into the millions. It was fraud on such a serious scale that some victims lost their entire life savings, and it took an expert witness to make sure no evidence was overlooked.
This job was huge. Multiple victims, multiple perpetrators. It's a vast amount of information.
In 2012, police were alerted to a case of what's become known as boiler room fraud. It's when criminals use call centres to contact members of the public, offering them a fake investment opportunity. One of the detectives who worked on the case for the City of London Police was Andy Stevenson.
Members of the public would be approached often by a cold call, offering them an investment in a carbon credit. They were told that this will make 5, 10, 15, 20% on your investment.
Carbon are required to be bought from the government by companies whose activities damage the environment. The more damage you do, the more carbon credits the government makes you buy. The money raised is spent on green energy projects to try to address the effects on climate change. The boiler room cold callers were so convincing that many borrowed heavily to invest in the scheme and lost it all.
You're looking at people in 50s, 60s, 70s that have got, if they're either retired, maybe they've got a lump sum, maybe they've got some equity in a house. So some of our victims, they remortgaged their house to release some of their equity. And in some cases, it was like hundreds of thousands of pounds. And some people did lose their houses. And some people were borrowing on credit cards. So you're then lumbered with this debt. And your life changes.
The company responsible for the scam was Enviro Associates. The directors of the company, Paul Seekins and Luke Ryan, were buying cheap carbon credits and selling them on to the public at a much inflated price. But in November 2012, their scheme began to unravel when their questionable methods were exposed by journalist John Cuthill.
First tonight, we're always told we should do our bit to save the planet. So if someone says you can do just that and make a bit of money, well, you might be tempted. Welcome to the world of carbon trading, a world that's causing some people to see red over going green. If there's ever a rule for someone who's mis-selling, the rule is don't call a BBC investigations team. And that's what they did. Enviro Associates cold called one of the show's producers, completely out of the blue, with this opportunity of a lifetime to invest in this whole world of carbon credits.
They're still on a promotional offer of £5.50. What are they going to be worth? Say, like, when I come to sell them, I think that's really the bottom line. The compliance market has to sell at £16 of April next year. So we could potentially push our prices up, possibly to £14.
We arranged a meeting with Enviro Associates with hidden cameras, and we're filming, and in walks Luke Ryan. In his suit, in his tie, he's got all the patter, he's got all the charm and all the smarm. I think all of the team thought, hold on, he seems a little bit of a tricky customer, this one. And we watched him in action.
Companies saying that in the next 4 to 5 years, for example, the market could go from anything to 100 to 500%.
Just going on and on and on. This is a market that's just about to blow up. This is just about to go big. This is your chance to get in and make these amazing returns and help the planet. You're doing your green bit by doing this.
Got to get people to start becoming carbon neutral. Have a look at these projects, huh?
Crash the selling, just saying this is what you have to invest in now because the opportunity is so good.
But Luke Ryan was encouraging people to invest in a market which the Financial Services Authority had actually advised was unsuitable for individuals. And the dishonesty didn't stop there. Enviro Associates bought each carbon credit for around just 20p, but they were selling them on to potential investors at a whopping £5, a price they claimed was a discount.
I'll tell you the reason why. It's not that we couldn't sell them at £7, but surely it's more attractive to you to buy them at £5.50. Yeah. So if we have got the opportunity to sell them at £5.50, we want to get excited with people like yourselves about the carbon market. Otherwise, I'd do something else and maybe go work in a...
The figures were just completely wrong, and it was all loaded on Enviro Associates' behalf. The carbon credits they were selling weren't worth £5, weren't worth £6. They were barely worth 20p.
Yeah, there could be some serious money to be made.
We knew that what he was saying was wrong, but for a lot of people, he would have convinced them.
Really, really wonderful. Thank you very much.
So after we filmed Luke Ryan in action, we had to give Enviro Associates a right to reply. And we approached Luke Ryan via email and telephone and said, look, you're making these claims. What is going on? How can you justify these claims? Now, Luke Ryan initially answered us, but he also referred us up to Paul Seekins. But Paul Seekins seemed to be sort of more in the background, quite a furtive character. We didn't have too many direct dealings with him. So in November 2012, we had exposed Enviro Associates for the company that it was. And we had an approach from the police saying that they were now looking into Luke Ryan and Paul Seekins.
At the start of any criminal investigation, the job is to gather as much material as is possible. You'll send out a massive amount of correspondence to people that you think may be victims to start to build a picture. You can imagine with thousands and thousands of victims, you then send you a lot of material back. It very quickly snowballs and the material bundle becomes enormous.
It took police 6 years to sift through all the relevant digital information. But with the trial just months away, the case officer in charge reached retirement and was replaced.
The new case officer came in and, having looked at it with a fresh pair of eyes, thought, well, there may be material there that we need to scrutinise further. And then I came on board in March 2019 to start looking at that material. We're looking at 3.5 terabytes of material. That will equate to 25 million pages of hard copy. If you're looking at 25 million bits of data, that could take 20, 30 years. It's not possible. The police just haven't got the resources.
If police couldn't process the extra material in time, the whole case could fall through. They forensic search the data, so Andy turned to head of forensics at the London Police, expert witness Tracy Alexander.
By the time I was approached, the trial date was potentially already set, but it's our duty under the rules of disclosure to make sure that we've looked at everything that we've taken possession of. And I was sitting in the back of a taxi, had a frantic text from Andy to say, tried to call you earlier, we have to have an extension, can you call? And the barrister and a telephone number. So dialed the number, spoke to a fabulous woman who said, I really believe in the case, but the date is set and we would have to make an argument to the judge to say, we need more time. Why do we need more time? It's been going on for years. And we had a conversation along the lines of very complex case, new evidence just come to light, and she took that piece of information to the judge and obviously did a cracking job because we had the extension.
Tracy and the team now had just 12 months to look through all the data, which was stored across 15 different electronic devices.
Clearly, we need some kind of solution that's going to enable us to interrogate those devices simultaneously, ideally, very, very quickly. So we can use a tool called e-discovery that assists the police in as much as you can examine the devices that you have with a number of words that you think are appropriate to the investigation in order to work out, is there material in any of those devices?
In the interests of fairness, the defence were also allowed input into what search terms.
That the word search count is fair, but not over the top. The defence will quite often say, oh no, I need you to search for a massive number of words, sometimes the name of the company, which is on the header and footer of every single document that there is. And quite often that's, what can I say, a delaying tactic.
Police were looking at 20 or 30 words to try and target the right information. The defence came up with 306 words. So working with the judge and with defence, we whittled that down to a more reasonable level, something that we could look at.
The results from these keyword searches proved extremely valuable to the case against Paul Seekins and Luke Ryan.
So the forensic digital examination of all of the digital devices, that revealed that there was no evidence to show in any of this carbon credit sales that anyone had made a profit on their investment. There were 2 or 3 people that had got their money back, but that's not the same as making profit on an investment.
In 2021, after 7 years of police investigation into their business, the trial of Paul Seekins and Luke Ryan began. As well as using the evidence found in Tracy's forensic data search, police called upon a witness who had first-hand experience of Seekins and Ryan's criminality, journalist John Cuthill.
They a witness and go to court, take the stand, and talk them through what we did and talk them through our part in exposing Luke Ryan and Enviro Associates for the individual and the company that they were. I was assured it was just going to be a day, turned out to be 3 days.
In May 2021, Seekins and Ryan were found guilty of fraud. Luke Ryan was sentenced to 6 years in prison. Paul Seekins, 13. Tracy's evidence allowed the prosecution to prove conclusively that having forensically examined every one of the millions of documents, nobody had ever made any money from the scheme.
Please wait while a member of staff becomes available.
Oh.
Good morning, please Jamie Cashman at DC. How can I help?
Hello, I come in the other day about the necklace. This what was it? The deposit. How much was it?
I can't remember, I'm afraid.
Oh right, okay.
Yeah, I can't remember off the top of my head, I'm afraid. I do
Yeah.
apologise.
I think we got it down to 530. Would you come down to 500?
No, unfortunately not. 530 was the minimum that my
Oh
manager
really?
said.
Yeah. I'm trying to get my mate to actually well, I'm going to part exchange a Samsung What is it? It's a Samsung Galaxy Note 4. How much will I get for that, do you reckon? Oh, they're too old for you, really, honestly. Yeah. Ah, right, okay. Because I've got to try and get some money together. I've got other bills to pay as well, so I might not be able to get it today. Yeah. All right, okay then, lovely. Thank you. Bye bye. That's too old. Are you serious? A fucking Galaxy Note, and they say it's too old. Casual wearers is fucking terrible, really. I offered him my fucking mouse sander. It's a Black & Decker mouse. It's fucking. It's not that old, really, and they only offered me fucking £2 for it. £2. £2 for a fucking Black & Decker mouse fucking sander. £2. I mean, fuck me. Yeah, they want 530 for the fucking necklace. I think I'll just leave that. Fuck it. I'm sure I can get a good deal on eBay or something. Yeah, I'll tell you what. On my phone, yeah, it says here, right? Where are we? Yeah, it says robbery, right? Cash converters, scammers. Yeah, they probably ripped me off or something and fucking like that. Yeah, fuck them. I'll tell you what. No, fuck it. I'm not going to go to cash converters. Fuck it. But they're just too much. They fucking rob everyone. I mean, they're terrible, really. I remember driving to different cash converters. There's cash converters in fucking Shirley, and there's one in Eastleigh, and but I mean they're robbing everyone. You're getting fuck all for your goods, and that. You go there, whatever, and I had an £80 or £90 fucking sound bar, right? And they give me fucking £10 for it, and that was it. I think I'll go and get my one of my rings today. They give me 150, and I'll have to probably pay about 155 or something. They give me 300 for my necklace the other day. But I'll have to wait until I get my PRP in and get that out then. But so this is it. I'm not going to cash converters. Fuck it. I'm not going there. My stomach's a bit dodgy. Fucking hell, it's terrible actually. It's fucking painful. It's fucking crazy. It's fucking. My body's fucked because of the NHS and Matt's Bakers. Matt's Bakers. Yeah, your food is fucking. And cop, I mean, fucking, why don't you fuck off, cop? You sick motherfuckers. I mean, shit, if I had the power, I'd fucking get rid of you and put a Tesco's there or something. Or Subways or whatever. Yeah, let's have a Subways instead of Matt's Bakers. And let's have a fucking Greg's, or whatever, a fucking Waitrose, yeah, or Tesco's or something. Oh. I've got to go to Eastleigh. I've got a delivery. I've got 2 deliveries actually between 12:30 and 4:30. Yeah, cash converters did have a nice necklace, but they want 530 for it. You know, it was 590, but I knocked it down to 530. But I mean, they wouldn't go to 500 quid. So fuck it, I'm just going to leave it. I used to buy and sell pianos. I'd buy pianos at like 10, 20, 30 quid and all that. Fucking bang them out for 175. I mean, I mean, so I've still got it in my bones, you know, to actually knock down the prices and put the prices back up again. And all this and that. I'm actually buying loads of shit from Temu at the moment. I'm giving it out free to the kids and all that. I think I've started that because I feel like I'm just going to die soon. My stomach's messed up really badly. Oh. I nearly did die, actually. I was unconscious 10 days and then I woke up and I kicked a nurse. No, I went outside for a smoke and they fucking sectioned me. Fucking NHS. I fucking can't stand an NHS. I fucking don't like them at all. My stomach, fucking hell, shit. Oh my God. Oh, my stomach, fucking hell. Oh my God. When I yawn, I can feel my stomach going crazy. It's fucking mad. It's really fucking weird. Oh. Yeah, I think I'll get a ring out today. The one I normally get 154. I'll just get that out. That's already in my pocket. I mean, that was the plan. So I'll do that. I will. I just want to give some fucking goodies away, you know. I mean, sunglasses galore, fucking loads of sunglasses, fucking hell. Oh. Oh. I've got to go to Eastleigh. I've got to fucking get the tobacco. Fucking hell. Oh. I don't feel like walking in a moment because my stomach's fucking, it's like a balloon. It's fucking crazy. It's fucking terrible, really bad. Oh. Oh. Shit. Oh. 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 $11.24. That's fucking crazy. I just spent another 35 quid on Temu. I've got to fucking stop buying shit from Temu. Fucking hell, I'm going crazy. Buying everything. Fucking everything. Oh. Look at my stomach back. Fucking hell, it's fucked. Oh, fucking hell. Oh. 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 I could wear my fucking hat. Oh. 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 It don't really look good, does it, really? I've got red fucking bottoms on. Mm. Oh. I've got a hoodie. I've got a beanie that's the Real Stone Raver, and I've got another one that's it is what it is. Oh. 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 Oh yeah. These are the bags for the fucking kids. Oh. Oh yeah. I'll just give the kids the fucking bags. I mean, why not? I'm not a nasty man. I'm a good man, really. I care about everyone, really. These are sunglasses. Fucking loads of sunglasses. Oh. Oh. Yeah, and in my pocket I've got the paperwork. For one of my lips. Oh, my stomach. Fuck it up. Oh. 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 That's Matt's Bakers and the section units. Bastards. Right. Oh. 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 That's one of my necklaces. That's my ring. That's the one that goes here. That's nearly 10 grams. And that's 150. So I'll have to pay about 155, I reckon. Oh. 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 There's a bag of goodies. Oh. 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 Yeah, I had 250 from a bracelet. I had fucking 300 from a necklace. That's 550. So a bit of interest on top of that. We're talking about maybe 50 quid. So I'd say about 600 quid. Yeah, and I'll get 737. So that'd be all right. On the 21st. That's 17 days. 17 days times. Yeah, that's all right. Oh. Oh, my stomach. Fuck it out. Oh. 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 I can't run out of tobacco. Fucking hell. Oh. 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 The money I got today has got to last 2 weeks. But it's not going to last 2 weeks, is it? I mean, fucking hell. I paid 50 quid to my mate up in a weed I had. And fucking also 35 quid to Tammy. So that's 85 quid. And I had 435. And I'm just going to pay 150 plus a bit of interest on top to get my ring out. I can always put the ring back in again if I need money. If I got that necklace from fucking cash converters, I'd be paying them a deposit, and well, you know, I don't want to leave myself with nothing. So fuck them. If they can't go down to 500 quid, then I'm not going to bother with it. Oh, my stomach. Fuck it. It feels really bad. It feels blown up. It feels fucking filled up. Fucking. Ah. Ah. Oh. 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 Hello. I'd like to wish you a happy birthday. I also want to say thank you, Prince Andrew, for all the words you said about me. You're a good man, really, honestly. Yeah, I'm having troubles with my stomach at the moment. I was actually misdiagnosed by the chest, and well, I'm the piano man, you know, RHP Pianos, Southampton, and I covered Somerset in London and the Dutch Embassy. Now, yeah, maybe meet me at Cozy Cafe, Market Street, Eastleigh, today, about 1 p.m. and you'll see me, and I'll give you a bag of goodie bags. Yeah, loads of little treats for the children. Yeah, come and join me today, 1 p.m. Yeah. I also want to say thank you, Prince Andrew. Well, that's it then. Look at my stomach. It's really terrible, really bad. Look at that. It's not good, is it? It's all blown up. That's quite mad, really. This was when I was in and out of section units, and I was getting a little bit of freedom, and I was sat with my friend William Bean, the Saints football player, and Matt's Bakers. They were feeding me loads of shit. They were just, yeah, do you want to buy this? Do you want to buy that? Do you want to buy this? And I was buying the food from them, and coming home with a bag of goodies, and eating all that food, and you know, comfort eating. I would say comfort eating because I was being destroyed by the NHS, putting section units everywhere, you know, fucking. So I was comfort eating. That's what I was doing. I did say to Julie Bursey, that's what I was doing. Julie Bursey, I wish I could bloody spend some time with you, you know. Where's my video then? Oh. 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 It's fucking 10 to fucking 12 already. Oh. Oh. I'll be definitely going and Sainsbury's. I'll probably go to Cozy. Sit there for a few hours. Oh. 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 I'm going to take that phone with me, and I'm going to see if they give me much for CX. I mean, if it's a test, I'm not going to let it go. Oh. I'll go my usual time, about 1 o'clock. I've got parcels coming between 12:30 and 4:30. Hopefully they turn up at 12:30 when I can put them indoors. Oh. Oh. I've got to work out how to do the wireless on my fucking Epson. Somewhere over here I've got a CX fucking membership. Where the fuck is it? I've seen it. I can see it somewhere. Now where the fuck is that? Oh. Oh. Where the fuck is that? Oh my god, somewhere I fucking see it. I'll just see it. Epson. Oh. No, that's HP. Yeah, fucking rubbish. Oh. I'll take some painkillers, yeah. Oh. 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 So much shit, everything. Oh my god. Oh. Oh. I don't know where the fuck my CX membership is. It's somewhere. Fucking hell. Deliveroo. I might just get rid of you because you're fucking shit. I mean. Nationwide at a pound. um, hello. Is Jake able to come over and see me today? It's Gordon White at 61 Cox Road.
He's just out at the moment. I'll have a chat when he gets back, and I'll ask him to give you a call back. Is that all right?
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I've just got a bag of goodies for kids and all that when I'm sat at Cozy Cafe. I'm going to get a gold ring out of the jewelers. Yeah, that's it, really. All right, that's lovely. Thank you, then. Bye bye. The ants are looking this shit up. Headway. Yeah, they're pretty cool, actually. They're better than social workers and all that. I mean, social workers, fuck me. You know what I mean? I'll wait for an hour to get through, and then they take a message, and they don't do nothing. They don't come and see you. They don't do fuck all, nothing. It's fucking terrible. That's the social services. Yeah, but Headway's all right. That's not so bad. They deal with brain injury. Now, yeah, okay, my brain was bleeding at one point, but like I say, I'm still ticking like a Rolls Royce engine. I'm just looking for my fucking membership with CEX because I've got a phone in my pocket. Cash converters don't want to know because they say it's too old and all that. And I'm not going to pay them £530 for that necklace. Fuck it. I'm not going to bother. No. The last necklace I bought from Cash Converters cost me fucking £700. And I knocked off 35 quid. That's all they would produce was £35. So I paid £665 for the necklace. I mean, I'll tell you what. Fuck it. I'm not going to go there again. Fuck it. CEX, you'll probably offer me peanuts, I reckon, for this fucking phone. If they take the piss, I'm not going to let it go. I'm going to keep it. And I'll give it to a kid. I mean, there was a nipper over the shop. He got me a smoke, come to my home and all that. And I had a fucking iPhone SE. And I said, yeah, mate, it's in the box. It's in the bag. It's like fucking new. It's perfect. And it's for you. I said, you can have it. That'll help you. And all that. Because he was homeless and everything like that. So I said, yeah, I'll fucking have that phone. Yeah, that's what I mean. This is quite important, really. Because, I mean, you know, all these fucking shops who offer you peanuts. I mean, you're better off not doing nothing with it. Just keep it and give it to a fucking kid who's likely to need it. You know, someone's going to need it. I mean, fucking a teenager probably. You know, whatever. For the right reasons. You know. I took some Nurofen and my stomach seems to be okay. It's still a bit fucking dodgy. Yeah. It was in pain yesterday and today. Fucking, I was a terrible one. Oh. 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 Ah. Was it fucking? Oh. I went scratched it. Fucking hell, that'd be terrible. I don't know where I got these shades of, but I do like them. Oh. 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 That's better. Yeah, that's better. Yeah, that's right. It's not even going to be sunny today, I don't think. Oh. 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 Ah. 21st of June, 21st of June. Royal Mail Search. Royal Mail Tracking. Oh, delivered. That's great. My daughter got her package. That's great. Oh, yes. She's probably loving the package. Yeah. Oh. Fucking hell. Oh. Oh. So I've got to go get my ring. Yeah. Sit over the road at Cozy Cafe. Give away in the bags to the kids. Then go to Poundland and Sainsbury's. And maybe KFC. I don't know. Well, I'll probably, I don't know. I might just get some chicken in KFC, in Sainsbury's. Oh. 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 That coke is going right through me. Oh my God. Three lighters. Fuck's sake. I don't need 3 lighters. Right. I don't need that. Ah. Oh, what's this? It's got pictures of me. I can't remember that. Oh. Oh. Come on. Oh. 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 I can wear a police hat, can't I? Oh. 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 That's my necklace. Oh. Gold ring, 56 quid, 90. The diamond ring is 101. Right. 56. Oh. That's a keeper ring. Oh. Oh. 140. Oh, that's the animal ring. Oh. Oh. This has got to be. Oh no, it's 250. What's that? Oh, that's my bracelet. Yeah, that's my bracelet. Oh, oh. Right, this is what I'm going to take with me today. About 12 or 15 fucking goodie bags and oh. Right. I'll take those with me because just in case I'm in pain again with my stomach. My stomach does get fucking painful, I'll tell you now. Fucking hell. Oh. Oh. I'm going through this tobacco like crazy. Fucking hell. Oh, man. Oh. 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 Oh, I've got to get electric. I've got to get electric. Fucking hell. Yeah, I better do that now, right now. Electric. Yeah, British Gas. Oh. 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 I've got 85. Oh, hang on. Electricity. Top up. Oh. I had a payment already. Oh, fucking hell. Oh. Oh. Sure. Card edit. Card verification, yeah. Oh shit! Seriously, fucking hell. Right, where's my card? Fuck it. Requires verification. Are you serious? Oh, fuck off. No. This card is already in your wallet. So why can't I use my wallet then? You fucking what the fuck? Requires verification. Oh, fuck off. Get back. Pay with your card. Thanks. Yeah, that's what. I'll write a review. Oh. I've done a review, not paying gas at all, fucking no way, because it's about 850 quid they want, and then they're not fucking getting it. Because I said, my mum got me sectioned, I was in fucking section units, and I had this fucking big bill. I mean, it's a load of bollocks, you know, it's mad. I just haven't been using the gas at all. Well, I think I might have used it a little bit, but not much really. No fucking way have I used that much. I mean, 850 quid, you're fucking joking. I'm just waiting for my parcels now. I think when I get my parcels, then I'll go out. I've got nectar. I'm fucking in the bank. Nectar and bank. Oh, there's my Nero's card. There's my license. There's my daughter. What's that? That's something else. What's that? Oh, Gala. Gala bingo. Yeah, I probably won't be going there at all. Oh, I was only there because I was having Carol Blood. That was it. I feel okay now. I feel all right, actually. We'll just put 30 quid down, right? Because I normally get 25 quid off, right? But I mean, yesterday I think it was, I had no electric. I thought, fuck, and I pressed the buttons and I was like, come on, give me some electric, and it fucking worked. So I got electric, but I was in arrears. So I'll put 30 quid in this time. Oh. I'm going to take this. I'm going to give this to the families when they're walking past. I'll say, right, normally I'll give you a goodie bag, but what it is in here, I've got these fucking sandwich boxes. Yeah, they're just like you fold them into a square and put your sandwiches in there or whatever it is, and give it to your kids and all that. I don't know why I bought those, but okay. Yeah. Yeah. I've got to start decluttering this place. It's fucking mad, really. I've got clothes everywhere. Fucking, oh my God, it's fucking nuts. I've got some British flag cushions. I think I've got two more because I put two on the cushions. And I've got the London fucking cushions as well. I asked Kate at fucking 72 Cox Road if she'd come with me to Eastleigh and sit there and have a sandwich and a cup of tea and all that. I'm not interested. And next door, wow, freaking hell. I think she's been down there a couple of times, but not much really. With her boyfriend called Steve. Steve's a good man, really, I suppose. He's all right. Yeah, he saved the day. I mean, he's going out with fucking someone that was fucking shouting at me and going crazy, fucking banging my door and fucking going mad. I mean, fuck me, next door was terrible. But she's not so bad now. You know. I smoked all that weed I bought. I fucking smoked it all. I think it was yesterday or the day before yesterday. Yeah. I ain't got no weed now. I ain't got nothing. But that's all right. I mean, fuck it. You know, I can't really afford it, to be honest. I've paid out £100 for this weed. You know what I mean? It's fucking crazy. I'm probably better off not smoking weed, to be honest. I mean, oh. Oh. This is nice. I like it. It's great. Ah, fuck it. Oh, fuck it out. That's fucking mad. Wow. I was going to put my little Hoover. I got a Hoover, which I got from the charity shop, right? You plug it in and you fucking charge it up and all that, and you fucking Hoover, and it's crazy. But I was going to say cash converters, but I thought, nah, fuck it. I can't be bothered to carry this stuff down there. I'm just staying fucking right going to cash converters because they fucking rob you. A Black & Decker fucking mouse sander, right? Fucking £2. £2 Are you taking the piss or what? Fuck me. I can believe it. And I just said to the lady about the Samsung phone, which I got, and she said I was too old. Yeah, I bet you want a 1 day old fucking phone, a brand new fucking phone, right? And you want to give me about £5 for it, I reckon. Yeah, it's a fucking joke. Cash converters, you should go to jail for fucking what you're doing. Robbing the fucking poor. And not caring at all. Don't give a fuck, dear. I pull my fucking. This is my watch, right? They give me £35 for it, right? And after 2 weeks, right, I thought I'd go and get my watch, right? And they wanted £46, so it's £11 interest. Fucking what a rip-off. I mean, fuck me. You're better off getting a bit of gold and putting it in H&T pawnbrokers because they charge like a 50p or a pound or whatever. Well, £300, I think it's £1 a day or whatever it is. But I'll get that out. I will get that out. In time, I'll get it out. You know, I will. On the 21st, I'll be getting my gold out. I'm going to get a ring out today. Actually, I'm going to get one ring out. And if this fucking CEX take the piss, I'm not going to sell the phone. I'm going to keep it because I'll give it to a kid. You know, a nipper, probably a teenager or someone who needs a phone, you know. And I'll say, yeah, mate, I've got this phone. It's for you. Yeah, I'm not going to let fucking CX rob me. Yes, so we're just going to be sat here until fucking between 1 and 4 today. Between 1 and 4, yeah, two packages. I'll just stay indoors and wait for it to turn up. I might get myself a bit of a KFC situation on the phone, and they would be delivered to here. But I think they want $3.99 fucking postage or whatever. But if I use Deliveroo, I'll pay $7.99 a month for it, and I'm not even using it. I mean, what the fuck? things have changed now. I'm going out and I'm actually fucking walking and all that shit. You know, I'm going to get rid of the stomach. This will be gone one day. I don't know when. I was fucking massive. I can believe it. But I've actually got a bit smaller now. My stomach's getting smaller, slowly. Let's go on YouTube and see what the score is. Let's have a look. Where's YouTube? Where the fuck is it? There it is. Oh, look, chat. The OK Lounge. Oh, that's great. Hi, hello. The OK Lounge. How are you? I'm fine. The OK Lounge. Are you okay? Yeah, I'm fine. I was just a bit busy dealing with different things. And Wooly Jr., come on, tell me. Yeah, that's quite funny, really, because I do say that all the time. Come on, tell me. Yeah, something like that. Moving Shadow, mate, you should give the doc a call. Oh, really? Oh, no, seriously, you don't know what it's like to be sectioned. My mother got me sectioned. My mother. She went to Desborough House. The old lady she was talking to said, get in the ambulance. I got in the ambulance. I was being polite and nice and happy and all that. And yeah, I think I'll just sit in the hospital for a little while, maybe whatever, and have a bit of a break. But no, it went for fucking 18 years. 18 fucking years. Can you imagine that? I mean, you know, you think you're going to get home and suddenly you're getting dragged out of your house and put back in again. Fucking in, out for fucking 18 years. And it's made me fucking hate the NHS and doctors and all that bollocks. I can't stand them. I'm more of a doctor than they are. I mean, how I tick. I mean, I care about people's sanity and their well-being and all that. Yeah, I got dragged out of this place. I got taken to Weston-super-Mare, right, fucking miles away. Like Bristol and all that way sort of thing. And my brother's in Somerset, so he went to see me with his two mates. And we had a good chat. It was quite mad, really. And the staff in that section unit were fucking worried because there was nothing wrong with us at all. You know, and what can I say? Well, the next thing was my daughter turned up. Yeah, and we went uptown. Some black bloke, you know, fucking come with us, and we went to a cafe. We had a latte and all that. And there was a guy in that hospital. He jumped out of a window and broke his legs, and he had a computer, like a games console or whatever it was. He needed batteries, and he needed a bucket hat because I had bucket hats, right? I was wearing a bucket hat, and he liked it, and so I got him a fucking British flag bucket hat, right? And also batteries. And we went back into the section. That man was fucking happy as fuck. He couldn't believe it. Anyway, me and my daughter, well, they transferred me and my daughter to Mowbray Lodge in Winchester, right? So we got in a vehicle and we travelled down to fucking Winchester, and we went into Mowbray Lodge, and they thought I was a doctor and my daughter was the patient, and they nearly sectioned my daughter. And I said, leave her alone because I'm the fucking patient. You know, this is it. And it's just a shit. They're fucking rubbish. All it is a bunch of fucking teenagers all working for the NHS. Yeah. Actually, I went into normal hospitals, right? And they still fucking detain me overnight and all that shit. It pissed me off so much I couldn't believe it. Right? I said to them, delete all this bullshit you say about me. You fucking psychopathic, schizophrenic, bipolar, schizo fucking effective and fucking unwild playing music. Yeah, delete all that shit because I'll say what, NHS, you're fucking rubbish. You're shit as fuck. I fucking hate you. I'm a piano man. I covered the Somerset in London. All the families had pianos from me, and I know how good I was. You know, I was running like a Rolls-Royce engine because my boss would always tell me that. Yeah, because I was fucking shit up. He said, you don't need to go to college or university or anything. You're doing a great job. You know, and this is it. I mean, shit. I mean, fucking hell. You know, I was working and claiming. I was always on the dole. Yeah, signing on and then going off to see all the customers. It was great. Working and claiming. Yeah, I recommend everyone do that. Yeah, just fucking keep working all the time. You know, whatever you're doing, just keep doing it. But I mean, you don't have to pay tax. You can actually fucking work and not pay tax. I mean, I never did pay tax. I paid tax when I was earning £25 a week at the youth training scheme. A youth, you know what I mean? Because I was a youth. Yes, I was. Yeah. And I invited everyone to my mum's house for a party. And fucking my daughter's mother turned up. Yeah, she come to my party and we had a bit of sex and well, you know, I ended up getting on with her dad and her mum and everything. And her dad was actually driving for Robert Henry Plumbers, the man from Birmingham down into Southampton in a bedsit in Romsey Road with a warehouse in Tottenham, a piano dealer. Yeah. And I thought, fucking, that's quite cool. I think I don't want to just lift a piano. I want to fucking buy and sell pianos. Yeah, show me the ropes and everything, and I'll crack on with it. And I did it. I've done it for years. The piano man. Yeah. And then afterwards, I was helping families and stuff. Different people around here and there. With treats and all that. Some clothes and some fucking money, you know, or for whatever reason. I mean, well, Tanya, you had 40 quid for that fucking birthday haul. And your mum, Tracy, she had no fucking food, so I got her £38 worth of food in the shop for her to put in the cupboard. And also Tracy's, Tracy, that's Tracy Jennings, yeah. You were skinny as fuck. You were addicted to amphetamine. You were working as a cleaner in Anslow House. That's what he was. And the girls, well, Tanya and Charlotte, I took them to McDonald's a few times actually. And also, Tanya, what else did I do for you? I'm sat here, right, and I drove over to fucking Loaford to pick you up and take you to Eastleigh, right, to sort out your council so you can get a place to live, and then take you back to Loaford in my Freelander. That was fucking eating up my fucking diesel just like that. It was crazy. Yeah, and I actually did drive you down to fucking Northern because they give you a place in Northern, didn't they, Tanya? Yeah. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, and Charlotte, I took you to the fucking Swavelin McDonald's about 1 or 2 in the morning, something like that. Fucking crazy it was. Well, maybe about 12 or 1, I think it was. Yeah, you and me, we drove down to fucking Swavelin and we had a little munch and a chat and all that, and then I took you back again, didn't I? You remember that, don't you? Yeah. I'll just give the doctor. Hey, good star. Slapping the bird's ass. What's going on here then? What's this all about? Do you remember the Carry On from sir? What's going on here then? Yeah, I mean, yeah, fucking, I don't know. I'm just sitting here sorting out my shit, you know, and all that. I'll be going out today at some point. I'm waiting for 2 parcels to arrive from Temu. I've been buying loads of stuff from Temu. It's great fun to buy loads of shit for fucking peanuts and put it into bags and give it all to the children. Yeah, I see the children walking past with mum and dad and all that, and I'm like, hello, yeah, there's a few. It's quite funny, really. And in this bag, right, today I'm going to take this bag with me. In here, right, but you look in here, right, I don't know if you can see in there. Can you see these fucking these are like sandwich boxes. They're flat pack, and you got to just you know sort it out and put it together, and fucking you put your sandwiches in it, you know, or whatever for your kids and all that. Yeah, so I'll be giving them away as well. I think that's all of them. Yeah, that's all of them in my bag. I've got loads of these kind of hats. I've got there's one there. Look, fucking. I've got somewhere. I'm sure I bought. Well, I ended up getting 6, and I'm sure I should have got 11. Yeah, I've got loads of shit here. Look, these oh, what's this? This is fucking black bags. Fuck's sake. No shit. Yeah, that's pretty fucked up. Oh, what the fuck? Oh no. Oh shit. Oh, I don't know. Look, more of them. We've got these as well. Yeah. There's one there, look. Yeah. What does this one say? This one say, I nicked his drugs. Yeah, he had about half ounce on him and I nicked it. Yeah, I did. I smoked it last night. Yeah, the bastard, he fucking nicked my weed. Yeah, little fucker, what the fuck? I loved it. It was great. It was good weed, man. What the fuck? Yeah, I know it's good weed, but it's, what the fuck? You nicked my weed, man. No, I'm fucking crazy. I am really. Oh, they're talking shit on the radio. BBC News. What the fuck? She's quite nice. I do like her, actually.
Or perhaps an issue that you are concerned about, you can get in touch as part of Your Voice, Your Vote, going to bbc.co.uk/news on your phone, your tablet, or your laptop. Now, it has been alleged that the British bank Standard Chartered carried out billions of dollars of transactions for funders of terrorist groups. The claims has emerged in court in papers in the US. 12 years ago, they narrowly avoided prosecution by the US Department of Justice for money laundering after Lord Cameron's government intervened. Standard Chartered says it's confident a court would reject the allegations.
What's changed is a year and a half ago, we had forensic capability that allowed us to look under the data that we had, to look deeper within it. And the results were frightening.
A newborn baby who was found earlier this year inside a carrier bag in East London is the third child abandoned by the same parents. DNA tests established that baby Elsa is the sibling of a boy and a girl found in very similar circumstances in 2017 and 2019. Our correspondent Sacha Berg has this report.
It was a bitterly cold day in January when a baby girl, less than an hour old, was found here in East London. Hospital staff called her Elsa, after the Frozen character. The BBC can now report that Elsa has two full siblings, Harry and Roman. All three babies were abandoned in similar circumstances within 2 miles of each other. Harry was found in Plaistow in September 2017, abandoned shortly after he was born. Newborn Roman came 16 months later, in January 2019, in a park close to the Roman Road, after which she was named. And Elsa, also newborn, was discovered this year a few hundred yards away. Children's names have since been changed. This is where baby Harry was found back in 2017. Since then, 2 of his siblings have been abandoned in very similar circumstances, just hours after they were born. Judge Carol Atkinson said it was very, very unusual for one baby to be abandoned in modern Britain. For 3 babies to be left in this way by the same parents was, she said, of enormous interest. I asked one of the leading experts whether she'd come across a similar case.
Well, I've done this over 20 years, and the answer is absolutely no. But I personally have never come across 3 brand new borns from the same parents, both parents, it seems.
The 3 children are safe, adopted or in care. Their mother has not come forward despite multiple appeals over nearly years by the Metropolitan Police. They said today their investigation continues. Sancha Berg, BBC News.
A British-Israeli man has been named among 4 hostages confirmed dead in Gaza. Nadav Popplewell was abducted by Hamas on the 7th of October. Israel's military says his body is still being held in the territory. Last month, Hamas claimed that Mr. Israeli airstrike in April. Well, our Middle East correspondent Yolande Nell joins us now live from Jerusalem. Yolande, what more do we know?
Well, according to its official tally, Israel's now saying that more than a third of the remaining 120 hostages it believes are held by Hamas in Gaza are dead. And we had all 4 of these hostages who were declared dead by the Israeli military yesterday, including Mr. Popperwell, all featured alive in previous Hamas propaganda videos. So that all adds to domestic pressure, really, for a new ceasefire deal that could bring the remaining hostages home. And we saw these impromptu rallies in Tel Aviv and in Jerusalem last night. But the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu faces fierce opposition to a new deal from within his own hardline governing coalition. And we saw yesterday when he was speaking to a parliamentary committee that he was trying to show members of parliament that he is committed to fighting on with the war in Gaza, to fully destroying Hamas. That's one of the aims of this war, he said. And he was basically suggesting that Israel could stick to the first of a 3-stage plan outlined by President Biden Friday, which is for a 6-week truce, and then resume the fighting in Gaza. And so today we've had Qatar, which is a key mediator here, along with Egypt, along with the US, acting as go-betweens for Israel and Hamas, saying it's still waiting for a clear position from Israel when it comes to that plan outlined by President Biden, noting the contradictory statements there have been from the different ministers.
Yolande, thank you. 36 Second World War veterans have set sail on a ferry from Portsmouth to Normandy to take part in a special service commemorating the 80th anniversary of the D-Day landings. The veterans are travelling with a torch from the Commonwealth War Graves Commission, which will feature in a vigil in Bayeux tomorrow. Dan Johnson has this report.
These are some of the final few veterans able to make the voyage to Normandy to pay their respects and share their experience of what D-Day was really like. They got a proper send-off from Portsmouth, escorted by sea and by air on a journey made in recognition of service and in remembrance of sacrifice.
I have 32 reasons for going back. Those 32 reasons, 32 guys that never come home. And I made that promise to myself that every opportunity I would go back and pay my respects.
I do remember my comrades. You never forget your tank crew, and honestly it's very sad because they're no longer with us. If they were with us, I wouldn't have to talk. They would do all the talking and we would make silly jokes between us and you would have a rough time.
We have to honour them as well as their fallen comrades, because they're the ones who came home having seen what they saw, having done what they had to do. We have to remember and celebrate them as they come and celebrate their comrades and their mates who didn't come home.
D-Day was the turning point of the Second World War. After months of secret planning, an audacious invasion of thousands of landing craft, delivering 150,000 troops onto the Normandy beaches on the first day alone. They liberated France and set the Nazis on their way to losing the war.
The legacy of liberation, the legacy of freedom, the legacy of democracy. You know, we run the risk sometimes of taking that for granted. And actually, you know, now that we're celebrating this focus of 80 years since D-Day, gives us a real opportunity to think about liberation, to think about the freedoms that we have, the democracy that we are fortunate to have, and to make sure that we continue that legacy and we guard it preciously.
Those serving king and country today were admiring the bravery of those who went before, and generations were out to wave the veterans off.
Absolutely fantastic, and I wouldn't have missed it for the world. Yeah, I'm so pleased we're here. My grandfather fought in the war for 5 years as well with Monty's army for the Commonwealth, so it's always important to remember this.
It's emotional, very emotional, because they're about 98 now, aren't they? Nearly 100, so it could be the last time. And it's good for the kids, history, and yeah, lovely.
And that sense of handing down guardianship of D-Day and its legacy is important in this 80th anniversary, acknowledging the advancing years of these veterans. And this is just the start of 2 days of commemorative events, both here and in northern France. Dan Johnson, BBC News, Portsmouth.
Time is 17 minutes past 1. Our top story this afternoon. The first TV debate between Rishi Sunak and Sir Keir Starmer will take place tonight. Why the Asian hornet is outstaying its welcome. The insect has survived a UK winter for the first time, posing a risk to honeybees.
And on South Today, we see the sculpture in the South honouring the role of the Wrens in the run-up to D-Day. And the Hampshire Boxing Club celebrating holding 6 national titles.
Narendra Modi looks likely to win a rare third consecutive term as Indian Prime Minister, as his BJP-led alliance is currently ahead in the general election vote count. However, early results show it is falling well short of the landslide exit polls predicted. Our South Asia correspondent Samira Hussain has this from Delhi.
Cruising into this election, Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Fueled by adulation and a Hindu-centric ideology. His main opponent, Rahul Gandhi, heir of a political dynasty, leader of the Indian National Congress. It formed a coalition with dozens of other political parties to counter Mr. Modi. And outside party headquarters, supporters rejoicing, their alliance paying dividends. Despite not winning enough seats to form a government so far, they've fared better than expected.
It is a war to save democracy. It is for saving lives of women, farmers, unemployed youth.
Rahul Gandhi's march across the country helped to unite India. He talked about jobs for youth, safeguarding the constitution. People voted against the government, and Rahul Gandhi's love carries on.
The mood more subdued inside BJP headquarters, expecting a landslide victory, but so far delivered a disappointing result.
We will look into the reasons as to why they did badly, because there is indeed some disconcerting news from certain quarters. But overall, we've done very well, considering the fact this is the third time around.
Well, Samira joins us now live from Delhi. Samira, what's the latest information that you have?
Well, so far it seems that the BJP will not be able to make a majority on its own, and they will actually need members of its alliance to be able to form a government. Now, everything that has been happening, all of the elections and the vote counting, it all comes down to who is going to be able to control what happens in the building just behind me.
Samira, thanks very much indeed. The Welsh Government has abandoned plans to change the school calendar from next year after opposition from teaching unions and the tourism industry. One of the proposals was to shorten the summer holiday to 5 weeks and extend the autumn break to 2 weeks. The Education Secretary said postponing the change would let schools focus on other major improvements. A 91-year-old man who became the first patient in England to receive an artificial cornea says having it has made his life fuller. Cecil Farley underwent the pioneering eye surgery in February after 15 years of suffering from problems with his sight. Now he says his vision is improving. It's hoped that the new technology will cut waiting times for cornea transplants. One of the world's most active volcanoes has been erupting in Hawaii for the first time in 50 years. The US Geological Survey says that the Kilauea volcano is in a remote location and it poses no immediate threat to human life or critical infrastructure. Asian hornets have survived the winter here in the UK for the first time, meaning that the insect that kills bees is likely to stay here for good. DNA testing from the National Bee Unit shows 3 hornets captured last month in East Sussex are offsprings of a nest that was destroyed last November. Laura Moss has the details.
They're bigger than bees and their buzz is deadly to them. Asian hornets have been arriving in Europe over the last 2 decades,
slowly making their way to our shores in greater numbers last year than ever before, and for the first time, they've survived the winter. They're no more dangerous to humans than UK hornets, but can be lethal to bees and wasps.
Nest of Asian hornets can eat about 11 kilos of insects a year, and that equates to about over 90,000 honeybees, if that was their exclusive diet. They are a top predator. They have no natural enemies in the UK. It's another enemy for our honeybees and other pollinators that we could really live without.
Measuring 2.5 centimetres long, Asian hornets have dark bodies with a wide orange stripe and bright yellow lower legs. They were more commonly seen in France, but 8 years ago nests were spotted in southeast England, mainly in Kent and East Sussex, with one credible sighting in Lancashire. So far this year there have been 15 sightings, but by this time last year there had only been 3. Since 2016 there have been 116 sightings across the UK. Warmer summers may have encouraged their migration, but our winters could make it difficult to settle longer term.
We know that the world is getting warmer. 2023 was the warmest on record. Here in the UK, our summers will continue to get hotter, but the winters also get warmer and, as a consequence, wetter.
There were more than 250,000 honeybee hives in the UK last year, which sounds like a lot, but actually our population is declining. That's without the Asian hornet threat. And fewer bees means fewer trees and flowers get pollinated, which feed and support insects and animals all the way up the food chain.
Experts don't think there's strong evidence the Asian hornet population is established here yet, but anyone who sees them is urged to report it to protect the British bee population. Lauren Moss, BBC News.
US President Joe Biden is expected to issue a sweeping new executive order aimed at migrant arrivals at the Mexico border. Under the order, officials could swiftly deport migrants who enter the country illegally without processing their asylum requests once a daily threshold is met. More than 6.4 million migrants are said to have been stopped from crossing into the US illegally during Biden's administration. Buckingham Palace has confirmed that a state visit to the UK by Japan's Emperor and Empress will go ahead at the end of the month. There had been speculation it would be cancelled because of the general election, but it will happen in what's described as a slightly adapted form. And more acts for this year's Glastonbury have been announced, including bands like Squeeze, the Zootons and the Snuts. They'll be joining the likes of Dua Lipa, Coldplay and Shania Twain at the festival, which kicks off in just over 3 weeks' time. A special event to remember the hairy biker Dave Myers is being held this weekend following his death earlier this year. Thousands of bikers will travel from North London to his hometown in Cumbria on what's being called Dave Day. For his wife, Lily, it's an opportunity to celebrate Dave's zest for life. Our entertainment correspondent, Lizo Mazimba, has this report.
Over almost 20 years, Dave Myers became a familiar face to millions.
We bought this at the market today.
And thousands of his fans will be taking part in a special event to remember him this weekend. An outpouring of love from the public that he probably could never have imagined.
He didn't have a clue of all the magnitude of what was going to happen. It's amazing to see. I think
I used to watch that program. There was two of them, right?
I think people
and they would be doing
picked up
cooking
on
and
his
that's
energy,
great.
and it's amazing how it's just rolling and rolling. It started with an idea and then it just grew and grew and grew to this magnitude. It's fantastic to see.
On Saturday, following a smaller event in April, thousands of bikers will travel from London to Dave's hometown of Barrow-in-Furness, with people coming from all over the country to take part.
We started the idea shortly after he passed, and then my friends started to help me organize different things. The people in Barrow-in-Furness, my friends, we used to live there for quite a few years, and my friends in Barrow-in-Furness, they helped me organize the local stuff. The authorities in town have been fantastic, going beyond anything to make this event possible.
Dave and Lily met when he was filming the first Hairy Bikers series in Romania. They kept in touch, with Lily even making the occasional appearance on the show.
Sweetheart! Yes! Oh, God, me blesses me.
They married in 2011. When he was diagnosed with cancer, both were determined to be as positive as possible.
He had this energy about him that he was always a doer, always seeing the bright side of things.
Right till the end.
Right till the end.
That's
It was
it.
the bright
He's a good
side
man.
of things. And he had this unique quality of making the best of everybody around him. So taking the best. He taught me so much about bringing out the best of me.
The other significant person in Dave's life was, of course, his on-screen partner and decades-long friend, Cy King, who'll also be a big part of Saturday's event.
Actually, we're going to ride side by side on Saturday, so that's going to be really emotional and a massive thing for us. Yeah, he's been a really, really great support for me all this time. He's been there with me all the time. Yeah. Thank you, Simon.
As well as remembering Dave, Saturday is hoping to raise huge amounts of money for charity.
Dave and I have been involved in work with NSPCC Childline for a long time. And we involved now the Institute of Cancer Research, given the fact that Dave went through what happened in the past couple of years. And we hope to raise as much money as possible to help other people in this position.
An event that promises to truly honour Dave Meyer's legacy. Lisa Mzimba, BBC News.
A reminder of our top headline this afternoon. Rishi Sunak and Sir Keir Starmer will go head-to-head for in a televised debate tonight as the election campaign continues. And as the 80th anniversary of D-Day approaches, we hear from one veteran about his memories of the Normandy landings. We will have a full weather forecast in the next half hour, but now it's time.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. The UK had its warmest spring on record. Now we're into meteorological summer and temperatures are dropping. Some colder air digging in behind this band of cloud and rain. That rain clearing to a mix of sunshine and showers, but temperatures by the end of the afternoon, if anything, dropping away. And actually, it'll get cold enough over the next few days that some of the showers over the very highest ground in Scotland could even contain some sleet and some snow. And we stick with that cool feel throughout the rest of the week. But I'll be back with full details later in the programme, Sally.
Thank you, Ben. Now, Rishi Sunak and Sir Keir Starmer will debate some of the key issues facing the UK and their plans to address them in front of a live studio audience this evening. The televised debate is the first time they will go head-to-head in this general election campaign. Our political correspondent, Alex Forsyth, can show us around the TV studio.
So there is something that could be quite significant happening in the election campaign tonight. It is the first debate between Rishi Sunak and Keir Starmer, and I can show you the studio where it is taking place. This is where all of the action is going to happen. So up on that stage there, you're going to have the host of this debate, Julie Etchingham from ITV, and you're going to have Rishi Sunak and Starmer on those two podiums. And we can take a little look around because these chairs, a little later on, are going to be filled with a live studio audience. There's going to be about 80 to 100 people, and some of the audience are going to get a chance to put their questions to the two candidates for that job of Prime Minister. We just need to watch our step, and I will take you up here onto the stage itself, where it's all going to take place. So the way it's going to work is this is going to be the podium at which the host is going to stand. Julie Etchingham's going to moderate the debate, and then behind me you will see the two podiums where you're going to have Keir Starmer and Rishi Sunak. Now you can expect those two men, clearly they're going to have been prepping for this debate for the last couple of days. They are going to be asked questions, I suspect, about the key themes of this campaign. So the NHS, the economy, immigration, national security. They're going to be trying to navigate this debate without any slip-ups. Now you might ask yourself, why is there so much hype around these TV debates? Well, they can sometimes produce really pivotal moments in an election campaign. They can also set the mood and the tone. And don't forget, of course, that they provide an opportunity for real scrutiny of policy and position. And you must remember, standing at those two podiums a little later this evening will be the two men who are vying to be the next Prime Minister of the UK. So
Well, I'll
if
tell
you
you
want to
something,
watch
right?
it, you just might
I
learn
wish I could
something
get there
about
and
what
be
they
there
stand for.
and say what I say. You know,
Alex
I
will
say the
stand there.
same
Of
shit
course,
all the time. Good
Tonight's
shit.
debate will feature lots of claims and counterclaims. And to help you cut through the spin, BBC Verifies Nick Eardley has
Well,
been
just
looking
I
into
phoned
some
up
of the
adult social
numbers.
care. I said, look, I've got
Oh yes,
social
the
workers
first
who don't
headline
actually fucking
tonight,
care.
a big
You know.
moment in the
And Pam's
campaign. But
black lady,
which
she's been
brings me
round,
the
right?
trust in which
And I said,
BBC
can we go
Verify is
round
going to be
Tuesday
here
and
tonight,
have
looking
a
at
latte and
exactly
that?
that.
No, I
We
can't
don't
do
know
it.
exactly
No.
what's going to come up. But
She
we've
never
been
fucking takes
preparing
me out.
based
But
on
if
some
it
of
was
the
Julie
things that we've heard
Bursey,
from
the
Keir
white
Starmer
lady,
and Rishi
she would
Sunak
take me out.
in the
Yeah.
past few days. And I wanted to mention a couple of things. If you hear them tonight, you should cast a sceptical ear over. Let's start with the economy. It's a key battleground. Both parties are making
And now she's
claims
chatting with
about
next
what
door,
the
Helen.
other's
Now
policies
Helen, she's got a
would
history
mean.
of being
So what
nasty
are the facts?
and drunk and
Well,
all the
this is
rest of
what
it.
the
Yeah, well, she's
Conservatives
not very
are
nice, really.
claiming. That there's a
But I'm
£38
polite. I
billion
do
gap
still relate
in
with her.
Labour's spending plans. And to
She
fill
did
it,
apologise
taxes
for
will
being
have
so
to go up.
nasty over the years.
It's worth being sceptical about this figure, though. It's based on Treasury calculations, but the assumptions come from political advisors, and some of them are questionable. For example, that doing things through the public sector is always a lot less efficient. Labour have a claim of their own that we wanted.
I was
to
actually walking
scrutinise.
out with Lord's
This
Hill
one,
probably
that the
2 or 3
Conservatives
times a
have
week.
£71 billion
Go see my
of unfunded
brothers and my
spending
mother and my
Again,
mother
a big
did say one
dollop of
time,
caution
on
this one.
come
It
back
is an
later.
assumption that the Conservatives
You
will
know,
scrap
go
national
all that way
insurance.
back to
The
Channel
Tories
4
have said
and
they'd
then
like
come
to do
back
that
later.
eventually, but
I
not
was like,
anytime
Mum, what
soon.
the fuck do
And
you
they
think
say
I
they
am?
won't do it
Fucking boy
unless
on
the
it,
money
because
is available. So when you hear both of these claims,
And she
you know,
went to Desmond House
politics is
and
at
spoke
play.
to an old
Both
lady. And the old
parties are
lady
trying
said,
to
get in the
persuade you
ambulance.
that
And
they'd
fucking
be
then I was
better
harassed and
at
destroyed by
handling
the
the
NHS
country's money.
Mental Health
But the
Act
most important
1983.
figures aren't
Yeah,
necessarily
we've got a
these
warrant.
ones.
Yeah,
They're
well,
the
you
ones
fuck
we'll
off,
get in the
bitch.
manifestos
You know,
later this month,
seriously,
when we'll
fuck me.
scrutinise it all
1983, I
again.
was a busy
One
man
other
selling
thing I
pianos all
wanted
over the
to touch
country.
on quickly, a
Yeah.
question that might come up tonight: is the economy moving in the right direction? Rishi Sunak wants
You
to
don't know
say
fuck all,
yes.
do you? No,
Keir
you
Starmer
don't know
wants you to
nothing
be more
because you're shit.
sceptical.
You're the
Let's look at
NHS.
two measures of this. One,
And no, actually, it was the Southampton Council.
because
It
it's
was
true
that
to say
lady
that inflation has
with a
gone
cream
down
coat on.
significantly
I
since
took the
Rishi
piss out of her
Sunak
already. I
became
said it
Prime
around.
Minister. And he
It
will
says,
want some of the
you think
credit
you're
for it.
well, but you're
Labour
not
will
well.
question how
Yeah.
much you feel it
And
in your
I'll
pocket.
put some glasses on.
Another way of looking at
fucking
where
shed
the
it
economy
everywhere.
is heading is
Fucking bitch,
economic
fuck
growth,
me.
because it's true to say at the start of 2024 there was economic growth of 0.6%, but that was after the UK officially entered a recession at the end of last year. And when you look back a bit, the picture is a lot less positive, certainly when compared to other major economies like the United States. So keep this in mind tonight. There will be a lot of these sorts of claims flying about. We'll have a look at them. We'll explain a bit more tomorrow across the BBC.
Nick Eardley there. Still to come on today's programme, hearing gunfire from the Normandy beaches. One veteran is sharing his D-Day memories as the 80th anniversary approaches. But now it's time to join our colleagues with the news where you are.
Thank you, Sally. I'm Mike Apps, and you're watching South Today. D-Day veterans have left the UK for France to join commemorations marking the 80th anniversary of the Normandy landings. About 25 former servicemen are making the ferry crossing from Portsmouth. Well-wishers watched the spectacle as a flotilla accompanied the ferry from the harbour just after 8 o'clock this morning. James Ingham reports.
Setting sail from Portsmouth on what is likely to be their final visit to France. 24 D-Day veterans, the star passengers on board this ferry, remembering their role in the D-Day operation and those who never came home.
It's a chance of a lifetime. 80 years ago, long time in it, and going back to see what we started, and now we're going back to finish it, I hope.
As their ferry steamed out of the harbour, the veterans were watched by serving sailors, a fleet accompanying their ship.
Well, this flotilla of historic vessels and modern-day Navy ships makes quite a spectacle, and it's a moment many people have wanted to share, a chance to wish veterans well on their momentous sailing to Normandy.
Absolutely fantastic, and I wouldn't have missed it for the world.
To think of the guys on the ferry going out, I mean, it's hard to imagine what they must be thinking, but I know what I think. I'm just very grateful.
It was incredible. The tugs with their water cannons at the back, and seeing the plane just now after everyone was leaving, that was incredible. So yeah, it was good.
Veterans were entertained last night at Southwark House, just outside Portsmouth. It was here that Allied commanders made the monumental call to launch D-Day on the 6th of June 1944.
See France, the outline of France, and hear these shows. It made me realise that we were in a war. It wasn't an exercise or rehearsal or training. We were there, and anything can happen. And I was scared.
There are now fewer than 100 British surviving D-Day veterans. For all of them, the commemorations will be moving and emotional as they remember their part in history and the sacrifices so many made. James Ingham, BBC South Today, Portsmouth.
Now, staying with the 80th anniversary, a new sculpture commemorating the role played by women in D-Day has been Beaulieu River. More than 100 women from the Women's or Wrens were stationed at nearby Exbury House to build up to D-Day. Bryony Leyland reports.
It's a tranquil scene here on the Beaulieu River. 80 years ago, it would have been a very different picture. The water crammed with vessels and troops headed for the Normandy beaches. And they had been supported by more than 100 Wrens who were based at Exbury House, which had been renamed HMS Mastodon. Their efforts have been commemorated in this new sculpture, Our Lady of the South. It's the brainchild of Alistair Morrison. Tell us what it represents.
It represents the on our shores, not just the Wrens, as you mentioned, but also the mums, sisters, the daughters, who were saying goodbye to very young men, 17, 18, 19-year-olds, who were just going to war. And I just wanted something to commemorate.
I'm burning up.
Moment
Yeah.
when they must have felt awful saying goodbye. So it's called Ave Atque Vale, the Lady of the South. Ave Atque Vale, meaning hail and farewell. So she is constantly waving her white handkerchief to the shores.
And the role that those women, the supporting women, played here at Exbury was really significant, wasn't it?
I think I'll use this
As
bag.
you mentioned, over 100 Wrens.
Get rid of all these fucking glasses.
They spent so
Just
much
fill
time
up glasses.
on the administrational side, but also supporting all the forces. And they were planning, and they were here for some time. And it was a hugely significant space. And Exbury and the Beaulieu River and everywhere around here was really the planning spot for the whole of Beaulieu.
Alistair, thank you very much for telling us all about it. And we'll have more on the history of this site and HMS Mastodon on this evening, South Today.
Coming together to commemorate D-Day this week. Now, in other news at this lunchtime, the man accused of the murder of a woman on Bournemouth seafront last month will stand trial in November. 34-year-old Amy Gray from Poole, on the left in this picture, died after being stabbed close to Durley Chine. A second woman who suffered serious stab wounds was discharged from hospital last week. 20-year-old Nasser Sadi from Croydon appeared at Winchester Crown Court by video link from prison this morning. He's been charged with murder and attempted murder. The trial is due to begin on the 25th of November. Main road in a Surrey village will be closed for 2 weeks so Thames Water can repair pipework that's led to more than 600 homes being unable to drink their tap water. The firm discovered its main supply pipe in Bramley near Guildford had been contaminated by a fuel leak from the local petrol station. It says it will be working 24 hours a day on Station Road and will install acoustic barriers to reduce the noise. Householders are being given bottled water to use for cooking, brushing teeth and washing up. The NHS Trust, which runs East Surrey Hospital, says a technical issue in January resulted in around 30,000 emergency department letters not being transmitted electronically to GPs. An immediate solution was implemented and action taken to mitigate the impact on those patients affected. It's after the BBC obtained information from 122 major hospital trusts, where nearly half with electronic recording systems reported a range of IT problems which could impact patient care.
I think about when you make a mistake, you make them one at a time. The thing about electronic patient record system is it gives you the opportunity, unfortunately, to make the same mistake thousands of times.
A group from Kharkiv on the front line in the war in Ukraine has been meeting supporters from Berkshire and Wiltshire. Representatives of a
they went to distribute water in one of the frontline villages, and the Russians started to fire them. So the situation is day by day becoming more dangerous.
Plans for more than 100 homes at a former naval gunnery site have been approved despite opposition from some living nearby. Portsmouth City Council approved plans to redevelop Fraser Range in Eastney. The plans include 116 flats, 18 houses and parking spaces. Now, a boxing club in Portsmouth is celebrating winning not one, but 6 national titles at various age groups. The young fighters aged between 12 and 22 train at the Heart of Portsmouth Gym in Somerstown under the guidance of Q Shillingford. Between them, they've won 4 national schools championships, 1 junior belt, and the national super heavyweight title.
There's an old saying that I stick to: you build a team with the same dream. But we push them hard, and they get a lot of training, a lot of sparring as well. But the main thing, the reason why the success of the club is the team. Teamwork makes the dream work.
Alexis, how's the weather now?
Thank you, Mike. Through the course of today, we've seen a lot of cloud. That cloud will continue to thicken through this afternoon, bringing some outbreaks of rain or some heavy showers for some. And we'll see scenes like this picture taken in Rockley in Hampshire by one of our weather watchers. So for the rest of today, that thickening cloud will bring outbreaks of rain. For the lucky few of us, we'll see a little bit of brightness break through in places through this afternoon. And there will be a brisk breeze gusting along the coast, maybe up to 25 miles per hour. Showers or rain at times. It's 2 cold fronts moving south and eastwards across the region, with highs today potentially up to around 20 degrees. So overnight tonight, those 2 cold fronts will clear south and eastwards. The skies will clear behind, and with light winds, we could see temperatures drop into mid-single figures in some places. So it's a fresh feeling night, certainly a lot fresher than last night with a low of 4 to 5 Celsius. So tomorrow there will be a good deal of sunshine, but there'll also be cloud building during the course of the day. A west to northwesterly breeze, areas of cloud, maybe the odd very isolated shower. But with this ridge of high pressure starting to build in, the winds will fall lighter than today, and so it will be more pleasant. We'll see more in the way of sunshine, feeling pleasantly warm in the sun as well. Although temperatures are a degree or so below their seasonal average through much of this working week, they start to recover as we head towards the weekend. By Sunday, a high of 19 Celsius, into next week, a high of 21 degrees. So a good deal of sunshine each day this week, but there will be some showers dotted about. They will be isolated, perhaps more frequent on Friday. Mike.
Thanks. With you at 6:30, now back to Sally Nugent.
A cyber attack has affected some major hospitals in London, with King's College Hospital confirming that an IT incident was having an impact on the delivery of services. Well, let's go live now to our health correspondent, Sharon Barber. So, Sharon, what impact is this having?
Well, it's a critical incident. It's ongoing. We understand that it happened yesterday, but last night staff, not only at King's, but Guy's and St Thomas's and quite a number of other major hospitals across London are being impacted now as a result of this cyber attack. It has affected pathology services, but that also has a major impact on places like accident and emergency, because they need urgent blood results to treat patients, not just blood results, of course, a range of results that they need. It's also deeply impacting blood transfusions, which have had to stop at some of these hospitals. So some patients are being moved, some test results are being sent out, but it's a major incident having a huge impact on hospitals across London. Will put pressure on other hospitals because, of course, many are operating at capacity. It's one of the largest IT incidents to happen across the NHS.
Sharon Barber, thank you. EU elections will take place this week, and Europe's role in supporting Ukraine is high on the agenda. Poland has a long border with the country, but Russia and Belarus are its neighbours too. And Poland's Prime Minister is highlighting the threat posed by Russia. Our Eastern Europe correspondent Sarah Rainsford reports.
All along its northern border, Poland is on alert. Because on the other side here is Kaliningrad, Russian territory that's heavily militarized. Poland has taken the threat posed by its neighbour very seriously ever since the full-scale invasion of Ukraine. Its constant warning is that Vladimir Putin won't stop there. So Poland now plans to spend millions tightening security. Prime Minister Donald Tusk is making Russia a big issue at the European elections. Reinforcing Poland's border, he said, was about telling the enemy to stay away. And in Polish schools, there are new security drills, getting prepared in case of an emergency. First lesson, evacuation.
First lesson is to listen to me.
The training's run by soldiers.
If you listen to me,
defense.
right,
It's partly about building confidence in the armed forces.
you'll be wearing
partly learning
family
skills
friend
to
caps.
cope in a crisis.
Right.
The teenagers we met here.
Now
have
it's so
no doubt
easy
why
to
they
get
were
these
doing
sorted
this.
out, right? I could get probably 1,000 of these and hand them to those where the war is and all that, and say wear the fucking cap, yeah. If you wear the cap, right, and understand what it says, you'll probably be quite happy. You know, you'll be friendly, you'll be nice. You know, you won't be someone ready to fight or anything like that. You'll be wearing a family friend cap.
The Polish countryside is often a place of strong feelings, not all of them positive about the EU or Kiev. Mariusz has been farming since he was 18, but he says Ukrainian goods are starting to flood the market here, undercutting local produce and threatening his livelihood.
It looks like Ukraine is fighting a war on two fronts, one with Russia and the other against Polish farmers, an economic and agricultural war. If this continues, we will just perish. No chance.
It's not the it is security that's Poland's big theme at these elections. The message that living next door to Russia remains a risk, and that all Europe needs to remain on guard.
Family friend cap.
On the Polish
Put the cap on, and you'll be just fine, because everybody will see you as a friend. And they'll say, "Oh, you're a friend." Yeah, well, where'd you get that cap from? Can you get me one? Yeah, everyone can wear these caps
As they set sail from
to
Portsmouth,
save
a wreath
a
was
life,
arranged
you
to
know,
remember those
and
who
stop the
died
war.
during the landings. John Maguire has been speaking to D-Day veteran Ralph. Here is his story.
At just 17 years old and working as a butcher in landlocked Nottingham, Ralph McClure volunteered to sign up and join the Royal Navy.
I didn't want to be the old.
I was an army cadet, right, but my parents didn't want me to be in the army.
I just got that. Just got that fancy. That's just what I wanted to do. I wanted to be a sailor.
A bit of salt water in the blood, maybe.
I ended up being called the Piano Man. Yeah, covering Somerset and London all the time.
We're meeting Ralph alongside
All the family's
his
happy,
granddaughter,
playing music.
the
It was
actor
great.
Vicky McClure. In common with many veterans, he never spoke about his role on D-Day, but when he began to open up, the two of them travelled back to Normandy. And Ralph helped to liberate.
It was only really in the recent years that we've found all this out. He's my granddad, that's all I've ever known. You know, mint humbug as I walk through the door, football, you know, the usual sort of stuff. So when this did come about and we did start learning about
Okay, now.
Yeah, it was news to me because I didn't learn about it at school. I was really clear about that. I just, I think it's so important. There is a handful of people left now that were there that day, and he's one of them. And it's so important to keep this history really, really, it's important for kids and for everybody to know about the history.
Yeah, my brothers want me to forget the piano days. Yeah, that's fucking history. Well, like I say, my brothers are fucking terrible, really.
Signaller on board one of these, a landing craft tank.
Go and have a chat with my brother Mark White and say, Mark, in history, you were a drug dealer, is that right?
Outside the D-Day Story Museum.
Yeah, you was a fucking drug dealer.
Ralph has a vivid memory of climbing down from the bridge when he heard the metallic pinging sound of German snipers' bullets hitting the metal of the craft around him.
I was going down, looking at it, ping, ping, ping. I thought, but after me, there's them snipers, and they got German snipers in the houses, and there. So I dropped and threw myself into where the tanks had been. And once you're in the world, they couldn't get at you. It was all right then.
He makes a lot of sense, this man.
These are bits of the landing that you don't forget, sort of thing.
He's talking about history.
Now
This is it. I've got a history. Yeah, I've got a history. Fucking good
You
history.
see, it's 14 for the 6th. That's all you was allowed to send home after the landing.
And after so many decades of reticence, he's now happy to recount his story to help us better understand exactly what happened and why.
It's so important. We can't rewrite history. We mustn't rewrite history. We have to tell it as
What
it
is it? Nobody wants to know about the piano days,
people
The
like my granddad
fucking
and
piano
my
man. What the
friends
fuck? I mean,
are able
the Echo,
to
Southern Daily
call it.
Echo,
I'm
right?
sure there's many out there that
They never put down the piano man with a lower backache. No, they didn't. They just said an old man with a backache. Yeah, that's it.
That's why we're here. We have to remember.
That's
what
when I was
that day
evicted,
means.
told to not come back to the fucking Smile Studio, 144 Bournemouth Road, in Chelmsford. Yeah, don't go to their fucking dentist, I'll tell you. Because they'll just tell you to walk away, that's it, you're not coming back. Yeah, and I was actually struggling with my back, and I was in cabs and all that, and I was a little bit late, so what? I mean, so fucking what?
And having said that, that's about it.
80 years on, and Ralph is one of the few remaining voices. And today, he speaks not just for himself, but for his more than 22,400 comrades who can't talk to us, those who never made it home. John Maguire, BBC News, Nottingham.
Nottingham.
It is exactly 5 to 2. Time for
That's
the weather
crazy.
with Ben Rich. Hi, Ben.
Hi, Sally. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. We are now into the meteorological summer, but the weather is not going to feel particularly summer-like over the next few days. We've got some cloud and some rain sinking its way southwards and eastwards right now. Behind that, parts of Northern Ireland and Scotland seeing some sunshine, but also some shower clouds. It is that mix of sunshine and showers that takes us through.
I'm not
the
wearing my
next
coat.
few
Fuck it,
days.
I'm too hot.
Yes,
I'm not
some of the
fucking out.
showers could be wintry over the very highest ground in Scotland. It will be cool. It will also be quite breezy. So here is the cloud and the rain pushing southwards and eastwards across England and Wales. Some clearer skies for Scotland and Northern Ireland, but with that scattering of showers and also with that cool air sinking its way southwards and eastwards through the rest of the afternoon. So actually, temperatures over the next few hours for some will start to drop away a little bit. By 5 o'clock, just 9 degrees there in Stornoway, perhaps 19 still in London. That rain, though, will push across the south corner as we head into the first part of the evening. Behind that, we'll see clear skies overnight, some showers into northern and western parts of the UK. But under those clear skies, it is going to be a much, much chillier night than last night was, even in towns and cities down into single digits. In the Highlands, could get down to 1 degree. I suspect it may be that 1 or 2 very sheltered spots get all the way down to freezing. And let's zoom in close across the north of Scotland. If you look closely enough, you can see a little bit of snow showing up. That is a sign of that wintriness we're expecting in the showers, only over the highest ground, say above 800 metres elevation, but over the tops of the mountains, Yes, a bit of sleet and snow mixing in. Tomorrow we will generally see quite a few showers across the northern half of the UK. Not as many showers further south. And here with the winds relatively light, get into some sunshine. It won't feel too bad, but it certainly will be quite windy further north and west. And these temperatures around 11 to 17 degrees. Now, typical temperatures for this time of year would be around 15 to 20 degrees. So we're looking at below average temperatures.
You may find it more convenient to use our online needs checker to get information and advice and to contact us. Go to needschecker.ham.gov.uk. Please note, we do not issue walking aids, for example, sticks or frames or wheelchairs. If you're calling about these, please contact your GP surgery to be referred to wheelchair services or the community health video for walking aids. If you're calling to pay an invoice, please hang up and dial 0333 555 222 as we will not be able to help you. The County Council seeks to ensure zero tolerance of harassment, discrimination, bullying and abuse. We would like to thank you in advance for treating our team with consideration and respect when they try to help you with your inquiry.
You're going to get the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. And that is fucking Pamjet on my doorstep. Doing fuck all, just turning up and standing there, looking at me and assessing me, right? And then talking to my neighbour next door, the alcoholic, yeah.
If your inquiry is regarding someone 65 or over, please press 1. For someone under 60, press 2. If your call is about invoice or account inquiries, press We're sorry it's taking longer than we'd like to answer your call. We would like to thank you in advance for showing kindness and consideration to our team when you speak with them. If you are calling for information and advice, you may be able to find the answer to your query on our website. Please go to www.connect2supporthampshire.org.uk.
Adult social care. You don't care.
If you're worried about having a fall, we can recommend services to help you stay safe at home. Please speak to our advisors for more information. If you're worried about having a fall, we can recommend services to help you stay safe at home. Please speak to our advisors for more information. If you're worried about having a fall, we can recommend services to help you stay safe at home. Please speak to our advisors for more information. If you're worried about having a fall, we can recommend services to help you stay safe at home. Please speak to our advisors for more information.
I was going to get a little ring out, but I think I'll leave that one. I'll just get the one which is going to be 150 plus interest.
If you're worried about having a fall, we can recommend services to help you stay safe at home. Please speak to our advisors for more information.
them Nurofen fucking shit hot. 2 tablets and I'll say what my stomach feels right. It does. But it wasn't. I was in pain. I was like, all night, all yesterday, and fucking today, and well, I took them Nurofens and I feel all right now. But my stomach does look terrible.
If you're worried about having a fall, we can recommend services to help you stay safe at home. Please speak to our advisors for more information. If you're worried about having a fall, we can recommend services to help you stay safe at home.
This is why adult social care is fucking rubbish. Because I'm waiting and waiting and waiting. Now, if I was suicidal, I'd probably kill myself. You know, this is it. Just waiting for these fuckers, you know. I'm like a boss, really, to be honest. Yeah, when I'm under threat, I'm taking pictures and videos. That's what I'm doing now.
If you're worried about having a fall, we can recommend services to help you stay safe at home. Please speak to our advisors for more information.
Well, we're live on YouTube and Facebook. That's great.
If you're worried about having a fall, we can recommend
I'll tell adult social care, but not straight away. I want to tell them about Pam's yet, who's come round here just to be nosy. Yeah, nosy. That's it. And then she started walking away with next door, Helen and Pam's yet. It's like, are they in a relationship or something? Because I think they probably fucking are. Looking at them two, they were chatting. They were like pally, chatting away to each other and all this and that. Yeah, but Pam's it. Remember this, right? Fucking Helen is an alcoholic. And Pam's it. What do? Nothing. You wouldn't let me get in your BMW, would you? No. But if it was Julie Bassey, well, she'd give me a lift anywhere. She took me to the police station, and then we come back and we had dinner together. I do like Julie Bassey, you know. I wish she never fucking left the social services. Julie Bassey. I'm like a boss. I am really. I could never work for anyone, you know, because I want to do what I want to do, you know. And I know how fucking kids love it when they get a little goodie bag and it's all these bits and pieces. They're like, yes. and it's costing me peanuts. I'm buying from Sammy, and it's fucking like loads of stuff, you know, for the kids and that. And that's what I do. You know, they pay me high benefits because I'm severely disabled. That's a load of bollocks. We know that already. If they got to pay me loads of money because they seem to think I'm fucking severely disabled, that's their fucking problem. I'm psychopathic in 2007. Yeah. What's her name? Fucking, oh shit. Is it Davies? I think it is. President, you know. The patient will not be discharged. Yeah, I remember all that shit, you see. That's it. I think I put it all in goodie bags and give it out to the families. I said, yeah, right. And I'll say what, it was funny really, because all those confidential letters have gone out to the public. You want to fuck with me? I'll fuck with you. Simple. Come on, parcels. I want 2 parcels. Where are they?
If you're worried about having a fall, we can recommend services to help you stay safe at home. Please speak to our advisors for more information.
I reckon you're a wanker, mate. Around and around. Adult social care.
If you're worried about having a fall, we can recommend services to help you stay safe at home. Please speak to our advisors for more information.
Ah. I've got to get my keys. Ah. There's my telephone box. That reminds me of when I was selling pianos. Putting over telephone boxes and phoning all the customers. And I've got this as well. Now, let's say Pam's didn't want to talk to the fucking next door as if they're lovers, because it was like they were lovers. They were like fucking really close to each other, chatting. Oh, really? Yeah, she's an alcoholic, and Pam's it. Well, she don't do fuck all for me. She won't give me a lift or nothing. She's got a BMW, a nice BMW. Yeah, she's a brown lady, and you know what? She don't do fuck all for me, nothing. Julie Bassey, you're much better than she could ever be. I wish you could get back onto the social services and say, yeah, I'll work for social services, and I'll be driving Gordon White. Yeah, I will. I've told these people, right, about their situation, where you're waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting. Right, and I said when we were selling pianos, right, the people taking our calls were answering the phone straight away. Look at this. This is a power bank. It needs charging, but I found loads of stuff which I thought, oh, what is that mine? Is that mine? Oh, this is great. Yeah, but they've got a section for fucking several years. So a lot of my stuff has not been touched. Everything's been left, and I've just been locked up in section units. Treated like a cunt. Yeah, this is it. The Piano Man. For RHP Pianos, Robert Henry Plumridge. Yep, you're a good man. You're my boss. Yeah, but where are you, man? You're probably back in Birmingham, I reckon. Yeah.
If you're worried about having a fall, we can recommend services to help you stay safe at home. Please speak to our advisors for more information.
Right, that's not good. Oh, yes. Yeah. Yeah, that's right. I'll plug it in. I'll fuck it. Maybe that's a bit too loose. Yes. Oh, look at that.
If you're worried about having a fall, we can recommend services to help you stay safe at home. Please speak to our advisors for more information.
Wow. Oh.
If you're worried about having a fall, we can recommend services to help you stay safe at home. Please speak to our advisors for more information.
Skins. Skins.
If you're worried about having a fall, we can recommend services to help you stay safe at home. Please speak to our advisors for more information. If you're worried about having a fall, we can recommend services to help you stay safe at home. Please speak to our advisors for more information. If you're worried about having a fall, we can recommend services to help you stay safe at home. Please speak to our advisors for more information. If you're worried about having a fall, we can recommend services to help you stay safe at home. Please speak to our advisors for more information.
I am the piano man. Oh yeah. My other neighbour, Mark, right? He gave me the phone, which I got in my bag. And he told me he actually invited Helen next door over to his place, right? He done her a curry, right? And she was drinking and she was fucking drunk. She was like, and he was doing an expression. He was like, made me laugh really because Helen is an alcoholic. And she does get fucking nasty. And she has apologized to me, you know. But once you've done what you've done, that's it. You know, if you're a badass, you're a badass, and that's it. I don't do bad shit. I do good shit. This is it. What I do is right. It's good. It's happy times. You know, it's not terrible. It's not fucking uncomfortable. It's not fucking scary. It's nothing, right? She is scary. And Pamsit, the black lady, who just come round in her BMW, just be nosy, basically. That's what she is. She's being nosy. Yeah. She never takes me in her free. She's got a BMW, a new BMW, right? And she won't drive me down to Eastleigh at all, not ever. She never says, yeah, I can get in. No, but if it's Julie Barcy, yeah, Julie would definitely pick me up and take me out and all that. That's the difference between black and white, you know. The white people are fine, and the black people are pretty fucking dodgy. But I mean, if you're a police officer, black or white, you're not going to be very good. You're probably going to slack, and you're probably going to lie and cheat and fucking come up with bullshit, you know, because that's what you do. Yeah, look at the NHS saying I'm fucking psychopathic and fucking schizophrenic and fucking schizoaffective and all this. I mean, what a load of bollocks. I mean, fucking hell. I'm the piano man. Fuck's sake. It's embedded in my brain. It's like my memories, you know, this is it. You can't change the piano man. He's fucking the kind of guy he is. A nice man, a good man, a happy man. But if you want me to be safe in this place, right, tell the police and the NHS to fuck off. But you're adult social care. You don't care. You're fucking hopeless. I mean, you're driving me crazy already. How long have you been fucking sitting there like that? I mean, fucking a good half hour, I reckon. I should have checked the time and said, right, it's been fucking, it was 2 o'clock and now it's 3 o'clock. Well, you know what I mean? Yeah. This is fucking frustrating. This is absolute madness. I mean, adult social care. I'm not worried, mate. You're the one who should be worried. I think I called you a wanker as well, but I mean, you didn't hear it because it's a recording. Yeah, maybe come around and see me, and I'll say you straight, you're a wanker. I'm running out of tobacco. I've got to go in a minute. I just hope my parcels turn up quick. They're between 1 and 4. I could always say to next door, can you receive my parcels? And I'm polite. I do talk to her politely. I'm never nasty to her or nothing. Oh, my knees. Fucking hell. My knees hurt. Oh.
Please speak to our advisors for more information.
Fucking hell. If you fucking use up my battery, I'm gonna go crazy. Oh, hello. After about an hour of waiting, I want to let you know I'm Gordon Thomas White, the piano man. Who covered Somerset in London. And what it is, I've just had Pamsit, the coloured lady. She's come round. She's stood on my doorstep. I showed her my evidence. I've got a rucksack filled up with goodie bags for all the children, and also some sandwich boxes, all flat packed, ready. So when I go down to Cozy Cafe, all the families walk past me, and I'll give them goodie bags for their children. And I've been doing that for some months now. Anyway, Pam's she's decided to relate more with my neighbour next door. Next door there's Helen. Helen, she's a bit of an alcoholic. She drinks bottles after bottles of wine. She's not very nice. She actually apologised on one occasion when she was really nasty towards me. Yes, so basically today from Adult Social Care we've got Pamsit stood there, got a bit nosy, and then walked off and started really having a good conversation with my neighbour next door. Yeah, I miss Julie Bursey. She was on my side. She was a good woman. Really, I mean, you should try and contact her and get her back on the, coming to me and driving me down to Eastleigh. And I mean, she took me down to the police station on one occasion because I got annoyed with Desborough House, Dr. Mehdi. I put it on YouTube, everything about him. And I got cautioned, I think it was, fingerprints and photograph. And yeah, and then we went out for a meal, me and Julie Bursey, yeah. We could be good friends. We could work together. I actually work from home. What I do is quite intelligent, really. I'm live all the time. I'm live on Facebook and YouTube as we speak. And I just wanted you to know, Pam's been round. She's been nosy. I showed her everything what I'm going to do. I'm going to go to Cozy Cafe and I'll be giving orders to the children in about an hour. I'm waiting for some parcels from Temu. Temu is where I buy all these items for children. I spend a lot of money on Temu, and I give it all away to the children. Yeah, because I'm the piano man. I'm a nice man, a good man, and I was a victim after my mother went to Desborough House and got me sectioned. My mother, she allows my brother to be a drug dealer. He was selling lots of drugs over the years, and my other brothers, they smoke drugs as well. Yeah, so I mean, well, today I've got to get out. I've got to go get some tobacco. I've got to go to the jewellers to get a gold ring out. All my gold has been put into the jewellers to buy stuff from Temu. Well, actually, I've got my benefits today. 400 and something quid, I think it was. I'll be getting a gold ring out. And when I get my PIP on I think it's the 21st, I'll get 737 because I'm severely disabled. That's what they say. Yeah. So with that, I'll be going and get my necklace and my bracelet out from Market Street, H&T Pawnbrokers. I'm friends with them. They actually look after all my gold and all that. Yeah, like I say, I'm not really. I've had it for years. Gold chain. They give me £300 the other day, and I started buying loads of stuff from Temu. Yeah, and I've got a gold bracelet. They give me £250 for that, and I've got 2 keeper rings. I'm getting one out today. I've got a lady's diamond ring with 25 diamonds on it. I've got another smaller gold ring, which I might get out today. Well, I might leave it actually. Well, I'll tell you what, you should come over and take me out. And if you treat me well, you can have that diamond ring. Because it's in the jewellers. It's for a lady, for someone, who wants to spend some time with me. I mean, yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, Julie Bursey, I kind of miss her really because she was a good friend, really. Yeah, but Pam's she's turned up today. She stood on my doorstep. I showed her my bags, exactly what I'm going to do. I said, "Can you take me down to Italy?" And she says no all the time. She won't give me a lift in her. She's got a BMW. You know, I had a Freelander, but I went a little bit blind, so I don't drive them all. And Judy, well, sorry.
No, sorry, I just said yeah. Sorry, carry on.
Yeah, well, yeah, I had a Freelander. I've had different cars. I've been looking after different people around everywhere. You know, yeah. So I just thought I'd complain about Pam's really. I mean, her. Yeah, she's with my neighbour next door, the alcoholic, who actually does not like me at all. I don't think. But I'm polite. I'm nice. I'm always respectable. Yeah, you know, that's. I mean, yeah, you can't just keep being nasty all the time. It's terrible. Now imagine I would go into all these families and selling pianos to all these families, London and Somerset and the Dutch Embassy, polite all the time, 100%, and very powerful and strong. I'm a bit concerned about my stomach, but that's all right. I'm sure that'll heal itself in the end. Yeah. Well, it was this morning. Yeah, it was killing it. Well, yesterday and today. But like I say, I took some Nurofen and I feel okay. But I've got lumps and bumps in my stomach because my other neighbour, he worked for the NHS, and he said your stomach has got growth, and he said when you eat your food, he said you're feeding that growth. So I phoned up 111 and I said, look, mate, it's about my stomach, and he said mental health, and I hung up the phone. To be honest, it was a waste of time. And I've noticed now, if you phone 111, you will get through to press 1 for mental health and 2 for physical issues. Yeah, they've actually made that change. I'm glad they've done that. They should give me compensation, right? Because I've been sectioned for 18 years, in and out of section units, because my mother went to Desborough House and she spoke to an old lady, and the old lady put me in an ambulance. You know, and that after that it was terrible. It was not nice at all. And don't forget they take your phone as well. You know.
I will pass on your concerns about Pam to your social worker.
Yeah.
And I'll ask her to get in contact with you.
Maybe see if you can get a letter out to Julie Bursley and say, look, we're going to increase your wages just a little bit, and we want you to go and see Gordon White. Yeah, because we were like friends, you know. You're a good woman. What's your first name anyway? Sorry? Oh, Steph. Really? That's great. Yeah, well,
I'll pass your concerns on, and she'll be in contact with you as soon as she can be.
yeah, okay, that's great. Well, have a good day. I'll leave you alone. Bye-bye then.
Take care. Bye.
There you go. And there's me, the businessman. Look at me. Poking my tongue out. Yeah, I've just heard she's Steph. She's lovely. I was trying to think of something. Steph. What was I thinking of? I was thinking of something. The name of a piano. Yeah, it wasn't Steph. It was, what was it called? Fucking Steph. I can't remember the names of the pianos now. I know Godfrey and fucking what else is there? 1920s pianos and all that, yeah. And she said Steph. And I thought, fucking hell, I'm sure that's a piano name. But it's not Steph, it's something else. Beckstein. Yeah. Well, all this, I mean, it's all history, you know. Right, well, I'm still waiting for my parcels. Fuck it. I mean, it's 3:15. Shit, man. I'm not paying £18 for one packet of 30 gram tobacco when I can get 50 grams for £6. Stag. No, it's not Stag. It was Beck starring, wasn't it? Yeah, Beck's starring. Yeah. She said her name was Steph. Why did I think that was a piano? Well, fuck it. It doesn't matter. Well, at least I told her that fucking Pam's, it wouldn't give me a lift at all with her car. No, not ever. But if it was fucking Julie Bassey, she would drive me. You know, that's it. I think I'm going to fuck off, actually. Yeah, I'll just take this with me. There's a little bit of tobacco in there. There's my keys. There's my skins. Oh, there's my phone in there. Yeah, I'll put the phone in there. That's it. I'm like an investigator, really. Yeah, undercover. Yeah, I'm going to be under your cover tonight. Yeah, your duvet and me and you. Oh yeah, whoa, yeah. Oh man, fucking hell! Can you imagine me? Well, what can I say? I mean, I do try to have a laugh. This is it. Next door would always be the same. Kind of a weird kind of look in her eyes, you know, not sure what she's gonna fucking do next. You know, she is an alcoholic. Yeah, that's me on Diet Pepsi at the moment. Well, tea and coffee, cup of soup. I'm into that. Yeah. Right, let's go. I think I'll just go. Yeah, some skins. That's great. Oh, yeah, I didn't like the way Pamsit was actually talking to next door. It was like they walked off together, like they were in love or some shit. I thought, what the fuck? Look at them. You know, and then I started talking to my neighbour, and he said about her next door, like going around to his place, and he done a curry, right? And she was fucking drunk. Yeah, she's just an alcoholic. That's it. Oh, fucking hell. I've got 2 smokes. That's great. Oh, fuck it. Where's that go? Oh, man. There it is. Right, I'm going to go now. I'm going to say goodbye, and then I'm going to come back later. Oh, I'll turn the telly off. That's it. The telly's off. Yeah, fucking right. And I'll now end the broadcast on Facebook, I think, first. Yeah, where's Facebook? There it is. Goodbye, everybody. It's been 6 hours and 15 minutes and 23 seconds. Yeah, but I'm going out now. I'll see you later. Right, I'll just view post. Oh, there it is. Yep. I'll shout out to my fucking where we share my page, which is the Real Stone Radio. My other page, which is 40. There we are. Well, let's see. Well, I'll put it here. Fuck it. There we go. Yeah, I'll shout to all these different people. There's Gordy and Elizabeth White, really. Look at all these people. I mean, oh my God, there's loads of them. Kelly James, Gordy and Gilbert, and Gordy. Be right back. Be right back. See ya. That's that. It's all good. Well, that's that sorted right now for YouTube. There we go. Goodbye, everybody. I'm going now. I'll be back later. See ya.